Alright, I am live. Hello everyone, I'm the Breakfast Bandit, and today I'm going to be playing Tots of Double Jump. And yeah, I just want to say this now. The reason why I just repinned the message was because, repinned the private server message was because I just thought this is a better way to say it. Also, I shot it too, which looked pretty sweet. Oh, looks pretty sweet, I mean. Yeah, I don't really know why I needed to say that. But yeah. Definitely was more tricky than I thought last time to do this, and now that I've had some practice, I am hoping that just maybe I'm able to do this. Also, could even complete regular tots, maybe. If I'm really lucky, but let's say for now we'll just try and complete this. Just as a little thing. Plus it does work better because I'm almost thinking about practicing tots just after this is, well, just another hobby that I'm doing. So it also buys me extra time, which not only allows me to practice regular tots, but then, well, also is quite entertaining because, well, I do definitely want to play this. This is quite a nice little thingy here. I actually got that perfect, so... And something that I'll be trying to do is just taking advantage of the double jump to the best of my ability. But not relying on it too much, because I do find that I rely on it a little too much as well. Okay, that looks like it'd be shortcutted, but maybe not quite. Definitely through here though. It would actually be insane if I just complete this just first try, but I'm almost thinking that'll be too good to be true, so I'm not really going to call it yet. Actually, I think a better way of doing it would just be like this. And I'm already over here. Sick. I mean, the real spot that'll really tell me if I'm progressing is if I pass through this area, which I think I have actually developed a strategy by just looking that way because it's much more clear to see the nearly invisible books by just, well, looking at the other side, so hopefully that works. Now this jump I did fail this a bit just because of how I just wasn't really careful enough. Yeah. Certain angles I can just see that little. I think it is mostly just looking at it from above, so I might actually just go back down. Hoping that I just don't fall in the process, because if I look at it, yeah, it's much easier to see. Although I still don't think I could really see it that well. If at all. Just get little glimpses of it once in a while. I think this might be the best angle up yet. Oh damn, I did not realize that I jumped that far. I think it was even easier to see in the practice, as my eyes were just not as bad then. Oh. Well, there's that. Gotta make sure I keep doing that shortcut because it's a pretty handy one. But yeah, I despised that bit last stream. I still do. It'll just be so much easier once I get past that bit. Although even then I still fall off pretty often, so it might just be tricky in general. Something that's just so tricky with this is how easy it is to just double jump just normally, because if you fall off a platform and then jump, then that's the double jump used. I suppose I could treat this like blocks or rebound or something. Just instead of actually using the double jump as a double jump, just almost walking up the edge purposefully to just get a boost, kind of like this, maybe. But then again, it's just better to double jump here. I mean, over here though, if I just do something like that, it could be more consistent, and I know I'm gonna be using it. Although I still am going to have to learn how to use this. Because as much as double jump is better than regular jump, I don't play very many games with double jump, so I'd be bad with it. I mean, I'm not very good at games usually, but still is definitely nice to think that I am, at least. I thought that was perfect for a second. I think I do just like doing this better. Even though I could have very well fallen off there. Alrighty. Oh. Alright, sweet. Yeah, I did not know whether that was the double jump or not. Probably wasn't, but that's always my thought. Oh. And then I just do that. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk that. I'll say the one benefit about EToH just not being as popular as it should be is just the fact that a lot of the music here has copyright on it. So then a lot of the music would just be taken down if EToH actually became something. So I suppose it is quite a nice thing that isn't too popular for that reason. Now what color does this red stand out against the most? No color. Because the platform is damn invisible. Something that I always find with just having double jump on this, so far at least, is just over jumping quite a few things, which should not be something I do. Well, time to go along the speedrun bit. I've been pretty consistent with this without the double jumps, so I don't know if I'll need it. Famous last words though, because, well, I mean, not really famous. Let's still chat. Wait, what? They removed that room. Because in the practice, I saw this room where you could go in and then the platform just doesn't disappear there, but yeah, to be fair, that's better. Oh. No, that's not a very good way to lose that. My goal is to at least get to floor 9 because that one's a tricky floor. Because if I really can't do anything else, then that'll just make me feel better. Oh. Back here. That was the worst lineup of the century. Now, in order to get this little, well, use this little wire to get me to the other side, I must not mess up. Oh. There we go. I thought I was just gonna be there for ages. Definitely is nice for this area to just get rid of those H blocks. Because yeah, definitely the first 3 floors are very easy without, well, with double jump I mean. I mean, honestly, it's just better if I do this. Oh. Now that the partial invisible studs are over, I have to now tackle the, well, still partially invisible blocks, but it's at this moment where you can only really see them in reflections. Oh. Nah, not quite. It'd be nice if I could get some more skips. But yeah, I think the floors that I actually definitely would say that I practiced floor 9 the most. Because chat, if you guys have not seen TOTS, floor 9 is, well, at least in my opinion, one of the most, if not the most, punishing bits in the entire tower, or really, with multiple bits that are extremely punishing in the tower. I mean, at the very least with those ones there. Oh, honestly, jumps, whereas that one's invisible and it's poopy. do a floor 4 on the invisible jump. Probably the least favorite part about my tower, honestly, is just that one area. Because I can tell I'm going to be falling off that a lot this stream. Because, well, I've fallen off it a lot last stream, and... Alright. Don't want to fall off that. I want to limit my falling in anything else. Because then when I actually get to that, then... it'll be much easier. Nope. Alrighty. Oh. Alright, nice. Okay, now this time I need to jump straight. Yeah, definitely this angle's good. I like that angle. Okay. So often that happens. And now, disappearing platforms. Hopefully this time my confidence can actually be used, not against me. Because I don't like it when my confidence is used against me. It's like not confidence boosting at all. Oh wait, oh it's here, right. That's so confusing. Eat it. I feel like I'm about to fall off every time because of that. Oh yeah, and then you've come so far, it would be a shame to fall now, wouldn't it? Here, take a break. Regular jumps. Some of them are quite far for regular jumps, I've got to say, game. Oh yeah, this way. Hello, Ace. I just realized it might be kind of high already. Damn. Yep, more parts to skip. I should be easy to go around that way, but I'm used to going around this way for some reason. I always hate this jump because it feels like I'm always gonna fall off it, even though I haven't yet. And then it just almost feels like it's just gonna be at this moment where I fall off it. Just because of the nerve that I have at this very moment about it. But then I land perfectly on it, which is pretty convenient. Definitely is nice to skip that bit. Oh damn. I do just want to avoid bits where double jump could ruin me. Oh. I think I do just want to go on the edge of this one for a bit. Cool, right, huh? Yep, hello again, Weast. Just in case. Oh, probably not a good idea today. Don't want to jeopardize the run before I reach floor 9. Well, early like the 5th run or so. Now, honestly, it might just be better to wait until 100 HP. Just full health makes this less likely to lose. At least hopefully. Alrighty. Oh. And over here. Really intense music, damn. Oh yeah, chat. Something that was funny that kept happening was every time I practiced this, every time I'm listening to something else, I just hear this music just pop up in the practice round because this is one of, if not the only songs that just aren't copyrighted, so I just get bombarded with that just every time. Like some of you guys would as well. I think guys just keep the Roblox volume on and then this is where it actually gets tricky. Well, there's 2 of the most tricky jumps completed. Okay, floor 10 might be more tricky than this, honestly. Or even just these studs. Really stressful. Feels like this should be the 5th floor of a tower, honestly. I just skip through everything that makes this tricky. Now let's see, chat. This is give me the badge. No. Well, GG anyways. Honestly, I thought it would take me much longer to complete this, and it does feel a little bit anticlimactic with how much I've generally just been practicing floor 9. It does feel kind of underwhelming, but then again, free win. Oh, it doesn't even turn green as well. The EToH devs definitely planned for this. Let's see if I can complete tilts regularly. Just gotta remember that it's less of the wraparounds that are scary, more of the jumps to the wraparounds, in my opinion, that are more scary. Just because of how many times I would have failed those versus the actual wraparound jumps. Mm. It really does feel good to be here. Although I really need to refrain from just celebrating until I reach floor 4 and past it. Because that's when, in my opinion, the run actually starts, honestly. I failed that way too many times. Same at this tightrope just by not being careful, and as much as admittingly I'm not being that careful on it, I'm still being slightly more careful than I would be if I had double jump at this moment. Yeah, I think it is just like this. Something I've actually found with this area, just going down purposefully, is a good idea. Because I just remember so many times where I just hit just that area just from jumping off of one of these areas, which it does look easier, but generally is more tricky if you try it from that angle, which it isn't impossible. I thought it's kind of sick, just cut bonking to the bottom. You guys know what I mean? Oh, damn it. It is actually quite funny how difficult that jump is, or at least for me when I tried it the first time. Well, first few times, and then I just saw we still try that, just absolutely circumvent that area. And I just did as well, and that bit is much less intimidating, and now I kind of think it looks like a nose. At least that's my first thoughts about looking at just a shape like that. Oh. Damn it. I mean, Tots is a pretty quick tower. It's just a very difficult one to be consistent in, so then you're... This always feels like you're just speedrunning to your death at this point. I'll definitely say what makes it as tricky as it is just... I won't say generally how tricky it is, honestly, because now that I think about it, I could see this as an intent, although I would still just not play it and just have that as one of the intents as I do after every single other tower in the game. Every single just soul-crushing one. But it just feels like if I'm gonna loop bail at an intense, then I'd almost rather just play something more tricky that I'm gonna loop bail in, even if I'm gonna loop bail it more. And then that can just be a much cooler badge to almost just have instead of it being just some tower that's said to be less. Because I think a lot of the towers that are just tricky just usually have just one jump in it if it's ranked low. So just always trying to avoid towers like those just to make sure that, well, you almost know your game better at it, and damn. I almost thought that type profile is completely straight, and that's why I didn't really move my cursor, but also I should have probably double checked. Oh. I almost just want to try this bit regularly now. Maybe I will just for fun. How difficult is your snarls? Oh, I think it's one of these jumps where you go like, maybe like on the edge like this, and then you just walk off. I know that there is some jumps where you just constantly just... Or maybe it's because you're holding forward constantly or something. Oh. You know what, chat? I think I might give up for the time being on that one. Shortcut easier. I suppose you can kind of see how that would leave that in. Especially if some of the devs might have wanted to. I mean, just use that shortcut if they ever completed taunt, so definitely is fair enough if they just wanted to do that for those who haven't really played to make it seem more tricky. Which definitely goes to show how cool it is to beat a remorseless. Especially if it's one of those remorseless towers where you can just skip a lot of the stuff. And then it's just, well, cool to just show off. I haven't seen any of those yet. If anything, I thought Tots might have been one just with the double jump thing. But yeah. No badge, no tower, and double jump badge does not give the Tots tower. I don't even think it would give anything from Tots if I'm being honest. Double jump challenge is just there, and as much as it would have been funny to complete Tots like that, I still definitely would rather it be that you don't get the badge from that. So definitely I'm happy with that. And also makes people who have already played Tots just happy because, well, then you can complete Tots again. But then it's easier. And then if you've already practiced Tots a lot, then it's quite nice. And especially for those who also haven't played it because, well, you get experience, and well, that's probably the worst way to have failed that. Yeah, oh well. Nope, that was the worst way to fail that. Even though it's a second that, but still. This and that, the same. Oh wait, no, I think it's supposed to go around there, then up there. Really is just a smallest job that you had to do. It was just really tricky. Gotta wonder what I actually get for monthly challenges. honestly, I've completed about 2 of them now, and... Oh, maybe it might have been a weekly challenge, I'm not too sure. Even a daily challenge if EToH has those, but... Yeah, it generally would be interesting to see what I get from that. No, if anything at all. Not from just being at the wind pad. Back to the happy music. Overcast. Definitely feels familiar. Like, just almost feels like something like Overcast would just be in a lot of old Roblox games, which it probably is where I would have seen it. And if it isn't, then it would definitely be good for those. Which actually reminds me of something that happened, I think about 2 days ago actually. Which, pretty much what I decided to do because there was this ad about LMP that was just playing on my computer and it was pretty funny. Because what the ad was actually all about was this guy called LNP just saying stuff like, you know, if you talk to me, you could earn yourself an LMP. And then that's just what LNP said. And then there was a guy who just rushed in and said that his name was Ethan P. And it was just something about LNP's shout just completely dismissing Ethan P and crushing his hopes and dreams about being the guy holding the LMP. That was just so hilarious that I generally wanted to watch that again. But then, LMP actually had multiple LMPs that were just doing the LMP ad. I even found an LNP as well. Just instead of it being Ellen, it's Ellen. And then just me searching for it for a while, I thought, you know, Ellen P and Ethan P, because Ethan P is the only guy in the LMP ad that isn't in the regular LMP ads, because you got Professor LMP, who just doesn't really know about LMP, you got LMP, who's a construction worker, and yeah, tons more, so I knew I wasn't really going to be finding LMP and a whole bunch of other LMPs because, well, same name syndrome and same company as well, so it was just generally confusing to try and find LNP. Or really the LNP that I wanted to see. Because it was just so much more funny of an ad, just instead of seeing somebody drink the LNP and be done with it, they drink the LNP and insult somebody, and that's funny. And I was just looking for it for ages, and yeah, the search of LMP and Ethan P. I found this video that I don't even know why I found funny, and it was just this dude posing while some music was playing, and I think it was something like Peeplin Visualizer or Oil Visualizer, and then the dude was just standing there, and I only realized just partway through the video that was actually him singing. And the thing I decided to do was just post this to almost every one of my contacts that I just either haven't seen in a while or just wanted to troll on Discord because, well, I just felt like it, and it was just generally funny because I got quite a lot of good reactions, actually. Because it's just, the Breakfast Bandit hasn't messaged you in months or years, and then this is the stuff that you get greeted to. Especially this one guy called C-Mac, who actually trolled quite a bit in Minecraft, because the lore between me and C-Mac was, we were in the same team, he betrayed, and, well, I got revenge on him. But with C-Mac's motivation, it was just the fact that our team was just so dominant that he wanted the SMP to actually have some sort of stake, so yeah, I just straight up decided to just kill my friend Jason, and yeah, then everyone was after him, including Jason, because it wasn't really a hardcore server. I think it was actually lifesteal, so he only really lost a heart, which I think at that point he had a whole bunch of hearts, so yeah, overall it was just quite funny when I just trolled him a whole bunch by one of the things being he was actually trying to trap one of my teammates because they are one of the best in Australia and Oceanias, I mean. Which then I just completely destroyed his trap and just made fun of him for ignoring the guy who wakes up at 5 AM for him because, well, New Zealand is 2 hours ahead of Australia, so I could just do that when I used to wake up at 7. Now I wake up even earlier. So I could just theoretically go and at somebody at 4:30 AM in the morning, it'll be just my regular wake-up call. Which I'm totally not going to do with this new information, but it definitely is funny to think about that, so I left the sign there just making fun of him, and yeah, to say the least, the dude was kind of angry, and not only did I waste all of his TNT minecarts, which he spent hours grinding because he just didn't have a wandering trader who traded gunpowder, which in the server villagers just, well, had an infinite amount of trades, so I didn't actually realize how bad it was that I actually set it off. Even though, to be fair, I actually set it off by accident when I dropped in, because it was one of those traps that were controlled by the sensory, and yeah, honestly, I just played it off like I did it purposely because, well, that's cooler, and it was just my first message to him in months, to which he was just confused and asking, what is this video, to which I just said the title of the video, and I don't think he was very impressed because, yeah, he had a pretty interesting gif where there was a guy holding up another guy, and yeah, it was definitely funny to see just C-Mac again, because, well, I also haven't really talked to C-Mac in a bit, and definitely was nice how quickly he reacted to the message, because honestly, I feel like that guy's kind of like me, and we just both don't really get added too often. So yeah, it definitely was quite a nice thing to just see C-Mac again. Which was actually quite surprising how he just didn't completely dismiss me, because he probably could have done that and just been a weirdo, but yeah, he generally was a chill dude that day, so definitely was quite a reaction from C-Mac, and there were quite a few other people who just left groups from me doing this because, well, I just had a whole bunch of Minecraft team group chats just with the maximum 10 people, and we just kept remaking them a lot of the time. So then what happened is quite a few people just started leaving those. One guy in particular was a guy called Oblivion, and it was just really funny because I showed him the message. Well, I sent it to him first, and then he just realized that he was in this group and left afterwards. I mean, I wasn't really on call with him, and I just sent him a message, but yeah, he was definitely impressed that he got that twice, and another person as well that got it just sent a GIF, and then it was actually quite funny because him and this other girl used to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but they broke up, so the way how that's actually relevant is that I actually sent it in a server which they were both in together, which they just both left instantly because, well, there was a group of a lot of old messages that they probably didn't want to explore, and yeah, it was done by B. Flynn Visualizer. Or P. Flynn's Visualizer, I would say. So that was definitely quite funny. There were also just people saying stuff like, the first message in the big 2025s, because, well, it was really the only message that a lot of my group chats had sent in per year, so then it was just the first thing that everyone was just seeing in that one group chat that was long ago forgotten. Just in September, which is definitely quite interesting, and overall it was definitely much more funnier than, well, to me than it probably was. And then I just sent it to a whole bunch of random servers as well too, which honestly I just haven't really gone back to check anything up, and yeah. And what happened next was somebody who I hadn't chatted to in a while responded just later that day, and it was generally funny because we actually had a conversation about stuff. I talked about how my house got broken into just a few years ago, and that somebody stole one of my parents' cars, to which honestly they really didn't mind because they got insurance for it. I mean, the cops did mind because, well, they had to pay insurance for the car, and ultimately my parents were going to try and sell it anyways, but then my parents just got more money than probably what they would have gotten from selling it anyways, so definitely was quite convenient for them because of that, and that was just quite funny that that was the case. Now, where's this platform? And yeah, the worst part is I was asleep for that, which honestly I've always wanted to almost see what happens when stuff goes down, but then I'm always just asleep because I remember when I used to be in Wellington, and pretty much what that place is known for is having a million earthquakes, to which honestly I never really remembered being in an earthquake, and I was almost dreaming about what would happen if I was in some sort of a minor disaster, kind of like natural disaster survival, and that, no chat, I was just always a weird kid. But then, yeah, I was just always asleep whenever earthquakes happened, and I think if anything it was just soothing to me, but then I never actually remembered what an earthquake felt like, so I've almost just got to go back to Wellington just to almost check out what an earthquake actually is. Because up where I live, there's just no earthquakes at all, and it's just kind of annoying, honestly. I mean, not really annoying, to be fair, because I know if I had an earthquake happen, I just would not care the very next day. Unless it happened again, to which, at that point, I'd probably be quite annoyed at them, honestly, but for the most part, I just kind of wanted to experience something like that. Just to almost see what it would be like, and then just leave it at that. And also Surface Tsunami, that was always a dream of mine too, which honestly a lot of people have been looking at me funny whenever I said that, so, well, whenever I say that I mean, which is why I probably shouldn't, and no! that's definitely a major choke point. Just because of how you almost have to line yourself up with that jump. Oh. Down under, like Australia. Bingo. Alright. Always like climbing on that purple stud. I mean, these jumps are honestly just not that bad, but then this one, I still despise to this day. Because, well, I only really started doing that last week. Actually, I don't even know if I did it last week, it might have just been through my practice rounds. But still, chat. Me and this jump that I passed and have to pass again have got beef. And I'm not talking about roast beef. Which honestly, I don't know if I liked beforehand. Because I honestly don't know the last time I would have had roast beef, because I think my parents just usually like mince and fish, and that's just usually what I eat. Which honestly, before, when I was really wanting to become vegetarian, and I was just having 2 nights a week where I'd have meat, my dad was just offering me a chance to just have, or to just become a pescatarian, and I was just like, no, I want to become a vegetarian, to which I now wish I would have taken that, because now I have to eat, well, beef and honestly just beef, if I'm being honest. So I don't think I've even eaten lamb in ages. Quite interesting. I suppose my family just doesn't really like lamb that much, which honestly I never really liked either. I mean, I did have steak up until I blamed the breakage of my braces on that. Because, well, I didn't really want my dad to know that a fruit burst that he gave to me, that he told me specifically not to chew, actually would have broken a brace of mine, so I just kept it on the down low for a bit. And honestly, I still haven't really told him, so hopefully he hasn't overheard this conversation. I mean, I know my parents don't really watch my streams, so hopefully that's consistent today, at least. Or today, at least, I should say. Oh, Spider-Man. Yeah, that intense music will really get to me once I get up there, huh? That was quite loud. Nope. Actually, this isn't so bad. I mean, honestly, as long as I don't go back to floor 4, it's not so bad. Still not exactly ideal, though. Because I'm here to complete stuff, not go backwards and stuff. It's a good thing that this floor never really was too tricky for me. Still have failed here, though. Or these floors, because honestly, I think I just had problems with floor 4, a little bit of floor 5, floor 6, but then floor 7, and like halfway through floor 6, I just never really had a problem with, so I've just been able to do that pretty easily. That's going to be a weird jumper. Actually, maybe this part is quite stressful. I changed my mind, chat. Especially here, because I think this is actually quite a big choke point. Alright, I have gone very far in this, very early. Well, at least you guys know I'm not lying about these stages. Except for maybe floor 7 and 11 and a before that lie. No! I definitely do not remember too many other stages though. Definitely suck that I've fallen there. Because especially here I've fallen at before. And then I just do that jump poorly. I hate it. I hate that. I hope that's not going to be the furthest I get to this stream. Because I would preferably want to get to some easy obbies just to... well, easy towers to just close it out. Instead of me desperately trying to get through this tower. Obby would have rhymed, but I don't know if this is technically an obby or not. I mean, I think any tower could be classed as an obby. But then this is an obby game, so then wouldn't the obby be completing all the towers? But then every checkpoint would be after each tower? So technically completing the obby of EToH is completing every single tower, so I suppose it really is just a checkpoint if you guys really think about it. Oh yeah, and with that friend that I was just chatting to about, that I just said randomly earlier that I was, it was actually quite interesting because, well, she actually showed me a song from this group that she was from, where there was like this guy called Gal the Arsonist. And it was a song called Witness, I think. And chat, to say the least, I did not practice any Japanese today. I just listened to that song on loop while I was practicing TOTS, and I'm not even kidding, and I heard the original notification from her too. But then, I just was too busy generally listening to that song to respond, to which, honestly I didn't really know how to, so I just put in a thumbs up just to almost say that I've approved the music without being, well, too weird about it. Then we were just chatting about, yeah, the break-in and other things. Oh, you know, I know how that conversation didn't go any further. It's talking more about my break-in and earthquake experience. To which the reason why they didn't actually take the other car was the fact that, well, first of all, I don't think Priuses look that good. And the other car that we had, I think it was a Subaru, just looked better. But then it just could not go as far and was kind of smelly. So then when I just heard that the break-in happened, my parents were just more, almost, just generally happy that they did get broken in, and because that was the thing that they stole, rather than it actually being something like credit card information or other stuff. Which was actually quite a weird break-in. I mean, they did have a joyride with my parents' car, I suppose, and my dad might be worried about some CDs still left in there because, well, he has a pretty good music taste, and he always likes to keep his newly found songs in that car. At least, I think so. I know my mum never really touched that car, so to say the least, I think it was just my dad's playground in there, just almost to try every little song from I think Black Sabbath to some other groups. Maybe like the Rolling Stones, because my dad generally has a lot of favorite bands. He really liked AC/DC for a bit too, which honestly, who could blame him? That really did make some good songs. And yeah, it was just quite a nice chat that I had with. I was gonna call her Pink, because that is her name on her name on Discord. So I was definitely up to a day that I think I wasn't too happy about up until that point, because it was after stream when she messaged me. So it definitely did feel good to just chat with an old friend and almost see how she's doing, and also see how I'm doing as well, because I think a lot of how we knew each other was on the server with these other people. And pretty much what the server was going to be was just a whole bunch of random people just join it, and we try and rage bait some weird people, to which honestly we didn't really get anybody. We tried inviting some white supremacists there one time, just so then we could just absolutely destroy them, just keep adding them at like 1 AM in the morning for them, and or really 4 AM in the morning, because it would be 3 AM for New Zealanders, and it would have been quite a nice group if that was the case, which I only really did use that once to just at everybody. Yo, we got a white supremacy group! Or just, we got weirdos in a group, and the leader of the group chat was just asking, are you sure this will be fun? Like, seriously? Because trolling groups, you gotta find the correct ones, and I'm only really after one specific type, and it's white supremacy, to which I copied their announcements page, and yeah, to say the least, he was instantly hooked, and yeah, we're having fun there. I mean, there were quite a few people who just didn't really care, and I think a lot of the time they were just the people who filled up the VCs because they just really like to play games, and I think they were just annoyed with one of the guys I just really like to hang out with there, and as much as they didn't tell me, they were just almost subtly implying that they just didn't really care for the fake names idea, because it's like, well, why do we have to call you a different name? It just feels like, I don't know, I feel like it could have been fun if they just went into it more, and honestly I do think I was a little bit assertive on that. And I think with Pink, she was just one of the people who generally didn't mind it, and she was even coming up with her own name as well. But then, it was almost like we were just friends of friends. Because it's actually strange, because I think a lot of the people I have in common with just aren't really that social, so then just the social people are just always friends with them instead of me. Because, well, I think with almost my personality, it's just almost people contact me usually. That probably does explain why I don't usually get too many messages, that's for sure. Or I just hop into random VCs, which there needs to be a VC happening for that to be the case, and damn it. I think that's a lot of the reason why I've just not really chatted with Tui in a while. Because yeah, that guy just usually pops into VCs quite often, and I used to as well until he got kicked from my clan group, and as much as he did get re-invited back, I just kind of gotten bored of just Minecraft generally, just with how difficult it was to get better at it. So yeah, me and Tui haven't really talked to each other in a bit because of that. Probably should have sent the P. Flynn music to him. just to see his reaction. Which honestly could have been quite nice, but then I don't know, it just always feels like he's kind of busy these days too, and he only really joins when he has time, so I didn't exactly want to disturb it either, but now I almost want to disturb him just so I can chat with him again at this point, because it's just generally been a long time since I've really chatted with him. Oh really? Maybe just a month or two, but it still feels longer just because of how much time we spent together before. Definitely doesn't help that the rest of the friend group just became angry at us, because I think a lot of what split apart the friend group and that server in the first place was just hassling, and me and Turi really like to hassle people, so they just kind of moved away a bit. Because I think a lot about what it was there was this guy who always raged in the VC just about stupid things and was generally like, well, at times just annoying to people, so then usually what me and Tui would do was just hassle him, just almost making jokes about his age because he said that he was 12 and stuff. Just almost saying that he came out of preschool with that joke. And it was ultimately stuff that was just quite funny. I mean, me and the dude are still friends, the guy that, well, me and Tui just hassled quite a bit, but I think Tui took it a little bit far, and then those two just generally just like to be around each other, so it was less fun to really hang out with either of them because, well, just almost felt like sometimes that just both of them wanted to be in VC with me, and with just the guy that I was, well, hassling a bit. He just always liked private VCs, whereas Tui just honestly didn't really care, and he would almost have to find him in a sense. Because I think at that point we just went out of like going into VC with each other, so yeah, ultimately it was just almost doomed to happen from the beginning. Then there was this one other person where, yeah, I think I might have hassled her a bit too much and she left too, because I think it was after just Tui got kicked and she was just carrying a lot of the conversations, which I was trying to go along with, but in the end it just almost was me almost maybe going a bit too far, honestly. I mean, I don't know if I really went that far, honestly. Because there was this thing where I was just calling everybody bad, because honestly I do think everyone just is bad at Minecraft, or at least that's what I usually say. And even myself, and it was just always me that I called bad, but then there was like one time I called her bad at Minecraft and she took that as an offense because, well, she's got American ping and she does think of herself as probably the worst in the entire clan, because I think a lot of the time it was just me that she was beating a bit, but then I did get good to at least surpass her, so she was just not really having it that day, and I think it was a bit of that might have gotten her to leave, and also just generally just the boredom of having to try and pick up conversation with just a whole bunch of guys who just wanted to play Minecraft and PvP each other, whereas I think a lot of what she wanted was to just have fun in the game and not really have practicing as the main thing, or if we were to practice, then have it be just fun mini games instead of it just being a lot of us just going into our specific cues for what we wanted to train. So it just was a lot of black and white stuff, and honestly I can't even say who would have been more, and well, just generally more nice to hang out with. I'd say probably me, maybe a little bit less, just because of how so it was somewhat mocking personality sometimes, but yeah. I mean, there are definitely upsides about it too, like with me and this guy called Pineapples just laughing at this dude for generally being a dick, which It was definitely Pineapple's best day of his life. It felt like, well, not really. Well, just best in the clan, I would say. Probably mine too, honestly, because it was just generally such a hilarious thing. Just with how much that guy was just almost building up hatred just towards Pineapples, only for him to just, well, work for him and generally be a good guy. It just felt extra satisfying to him because, well, this guy was just being mean to him for ages. Which, it definitely was just quite funny. Oh, hello Snorlax. How's it going? I might have been a little bit too late for that chat. Yeah, I don't think I looked at chat for a while. But yeah, so I definitely do wish it was just the beginning of lifesteal again. Well, I suppose December might just be the best time to play Minecraft, honestly, and maybe it might have just been a smarter move if I just went into Minecraft at that time instead. Well, or went out of Minecraft at that time instead if it was just really not that fun. With Minecraft getting more and more competitive, it's just more and more tricky for a lot of people to stay in there too, so I wouldn't really expect it to be that much better, if not worse, because, well, I mean, I would have been better at Minecraft by far, so then I wouldn't just get drop-kicked like Technoblade he said to do, well, he said he would do to an orphan, and I think that really sounds bad. May as well actually talk about that clip actually now, because I think originally it was just Technoblade just being accused of something, and he was like, I kicked that child in self-defense, and yeah, that was just really funny of a scene. Technoblade's generally a good person. But yeah, as much as I do want to go back into what I was talking about with Technoblade, I feel like I've already said that enough for the time being, so I think I'll just go out of him for a bit. Except for the fact that I have actually been watching a lot of his content again, just re-watching it through, and generally being quite happy about it. Oh. Because Technoblade just has quite a lot of nice videos, actually. And that's point in time it's obvious that he did. I mean, I'd say almost, because for the longest time when I was younger, I just didn't really realize his videos were that good, and I even dropped his channel at one point in about 2016, I think. Or maybe even 2019, actually. No, I've actually been with Technoblade, just... Yeah, really, I'm not sure when I started watching Technoblade, or when I saw his channel for the first time. I mean, I did watch Technoblade as soon as his last video came out, or at least last video that he published himself. It really is sweet with how many people just reposted his stuff, and although he does have ads back on his channel, which was kind of annoying, it still is kind of fair enough if you're just watching content and, well, it is entertaining enough to put ads on, so that is definitely fair enough, and I don't really blame Technoblade for that either. Or Technodad, because I think that's the guy who would be managing Technoblade's channel now. Definitely is quite funny just watching some of the videos where just Technoblade trolled Skippy, and then there was also there was this other video that I watched recently, actually. I think it was actually the video that I watched just before this. At least after that Gal the Arsonist guy just singing. Because, chat, when I say that that guy was just, well, somebody that I listened to for ages, I generally mean it. Because I think in total I just listened to a song on loop for just maybe like 1.5, 2 hours maybe. It's surprising how long I would have listened to that, because I think that's even longer than I listened to Discord, which is also quite a nice song that I really like too. At least the really slow version with Superman in there. Like, to be fair, I would have been listening to the, well, one of the slow versions before that, because I think I just went slower and slower and slower until I found the really slowed one, without actually getting to the original, until I was just curious after, like, the fourth one that I would have pressed, and I'm always glad that I didn't press that button. Yeah, I might just be able to reset in order to get rid of that button, but yeah, I still don't really want to press that. You know it. Second try at the nose jump. Which is still, wait, I think I know. It's like this, I think. Let me just go. I remember doing this jump on a, well, underwater thing. I don't really remember what it's called, but there's like this underwater obby with this really good Russian song, and it just had this jump in there that you needed to almost go off the edge of the platform in order to flick yourself back up, just whilst facing forward. It was quite weird, but I think that might be what you have to do there. I'm not too sure though. And even after lining up that jump, I still fail. Definitely do think if I don't beat TOTS today, I'll beat it next weekend. At least it's what I feel like will happen. Which could very well be wrong. I have been wrong with my predictions many times with The Void, with Tokyo Heights. I thought that obby would take like 10 to 30 minutes. It took 400 minutes, I think. I actually have the time on here for how long that one would have taken. Oh, I think Cohad was one that I got recommended. Might even do that after this. Oh wait, I have to go into our statistics. Yeah, I got 317 minutes in that, and that wasn't even including just like 15 minutes a day practicing it, which doesn't really seem like a lot, but I think I spent just 2 or 3 weeks on it at total, so I would definitely say that that time would have added up and just practicing it. So I really don't want to underestimate anything, especially Remorseless of all things, because from what I've heard, those are tricky. And also from what I'm playing, because TOTS is Remorseless. Even though I do think it is easier than a Remorseless that I've actually seen, but yeah, it still definitely is tricky in its own right, and you definitely do need a whole bunch of techniques in order to beat it. Well, and also being able to remember where stuff is because of that. Because Jed, I swear that that is the most tricky jump in the entire tower. I fall on that so many times. Both of the double jump challenge and the regular challenge, which I mean, honestly, I could change the title of stream to say playing TOTS with and without double jump, but it'll still just be more funny if I just have Trilad just as an example, maybe not watch it. But then, as soon as I tell him that I actually did beat TOTS in the same stream, he'll just look through it and be astonished. What is having the title being beating TOTS with just me standing here looking at the button, just as the thumbnail, with it pressed as well. And me just walking away from the button too. Just something that would make anybody watching this think, oh, he bet it with the challenge. Which, honestly, that would be true. But then it's like the opposite clickbait, chat. It's like, you bait them into not watching the VOD or stream because, well, it'll get them to watch it after they realize, wait, and it completed that, which honestly it does seem kind of pointless, but it's funny to me, so I think I will still do it just because of that. Even if on an, well, if I just observe this idea for a second, it's a terrible one. Which honestly it is just tempting to do the challenge again, just late into the stream. Even if I have already completed that, just to almost convince people just seeing that, oh, Bandit's taken a while at this. But then again, not only do I have a timer above my head, which will likely reset, well, 100% of the time reset each challenge, I just also don't feel like doing something I've already done, so yeah, there definitely is that point too. So I think I will just stick to doing the regular challenge of just beating TOTS regularly first. Unless I do just press the button and then not really use it. But then again, that's still a very stupid idea. I need to think of better ideas for this. Although, could just be another tower after this, which honestly would be quite valid if it's just people projecting that I would have been doing the challenge the entire time, but then again, knowing me and this decision that I've, well, cemented into my head, I am just going to be beating TOTS, so... Or I would be beating TOTS, or anything else. At least until it gives me Cole's vibes of just the Obama boss fight, which... honestly, that might have to be something that I tackle during the holidays. Although, quite frankly, I might just be stalling that to just not tackle it, honestly, as well. Because with the Cole's Obama boss fight, that was just generally meant to be something that I just complete on my own. But how many times I've just failed with all the buttons and... as much as I do technically have button progress, and oh, it'd be nice to, well, just about stay in game. I value completion of Devoid more than Cole's, so it was just me having to pick between those two, and with almost everything, Devoid would always win because, chat, if you guys were to have to pick between telling a friend, oh, I completed this really challenging Citadel that's been bugging me for quite some time, or saying, oh yeah, I bet this really tricky obby and it's kind of a big deal because it's one of the most tricky in the world, then yeah, I'd rather go for the one that's one of the most tricky. Oh, thanks. That's actually the first time that anyone Well, actually, I think it is second time maybe, because I think there was another guy who was just playing Devoid that said that, but yeah, thanks dude. And yeah, that is definitely the best advice from West, because honestly, I always felt like that I sucked because of how just little I was progressing through Devoid. But then I realized from just generally you guys that I'm not so bad, so yeah, just generally keep it up and you'll be good. Well, great, I should say. Oh. Alright. Getting above those. Nice. Oh, sick. Yeah, I think I've still got Fuse's game to beat as well, because now that I actually know how to wall hop, I could even do that just on Monday or something. Just because I have the day off then. Because I think originally I was wanting to play Terraria with Trilad because he just mentioned something about Terraria, and honestly I've been very curious about Terraria for a while, but then I just didn't really remember when Trilad actually wanted to play it. Which I should probably just check back in, and especially how I think Trilad was almost joking because of how early in the morning it is for me usually when his streams usually begin. Because right now it's 12 o'clock in the morning for me, which I actually think it would be 12 o'clock in the afternoon technically, because yeah, there's 12 AM after. Right, it's 12 PM now, so it would be 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah. Whereas for you guys, it'll probably be quite late actually, which is really interesting to say the least. Oh, no. I'll probably try it in about maybe 2.5 hours when I've already gone through my TOTS game. Other than again, I suppose I could go through it now, but I'd say just to keep cracking at TOTS, I'll try it after stream. Unless you want it to be streamed, then I could do it almost as a bonus thing like I did with Fuses. Oh, damn. Sheesh. It really does me good to be in such a remote place. I mean, I do get video games first, technically, because, well, I'm at least 2 hours ahead of just everybody else in the world, but still, it's just quite difficult to just find servers sometimes when it's just a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. At least that's what New Zealand basically is. I mean, I'm just not going to, well, not never, I'm just not going to agree or disagree with that just because of how, well, I don't usually stay up, so I can't really tell yet. I mean, I think originally I did stay up, but then I got headaches as a kid, so then I just stopped. And also because my parents just kept turning off the TV whenever it was just late, because yeah, a lot of the time I was just waiting until like 11 AM because when I was a kid I really liked Cat Dog, but then it was just only played during the nighttime on Nickelodeon, so it was just me almost trying to avoid going to bed for that, and when I just got bored of Cat Dog there was just no real reason for me to stay up anymore. I would say my advice to you, Tertullian, I hope it's pronounced well, and if it's not, correct me. When I just couldn't really sleep at all because there was actually a period just in summertime where I just could not sleep at all until about 2 a.m. in the morning on average. It's just sitting in bed for ages without doing anything and just pretend to sleep usually. Which it does get very boring, and I do know from experience that it just very much is, and I just always remember just always wanting to go back to the TV or just back to my phone and just watch videos and play games for ages. Oh, sick. Yeah, I always like pronouncing people's names correctly because I remember that there was this guy that everyone called Psy just at this jamboree camp, but then, well, which pretty much is just a scout camp. He pretty much just had his name spelt as Sa, so then when I just called him Sa for the first time, I mean, he wasn't really overjoyed because I almost think he preferred Psy, but then he also respected me for just trying to get his name right too. Because it was technically how you say it. And I think the reason why I always have that is just the fact that I just always used to pronounce names wrong. Well, thank you, dude. Yeah, it really was one of those skins that I just, well, honestly built pretty quickly because I was just almost finding things rapidly that went with the breakfast fedora. And then I just thought probably would look cool as well. And then I realized that there was a bacon tie that was worth an absurd amount of money, so I added that on too. And yeah, I think I've actually had this avatar ever since 2021, and I haven't really been able to top it, which is certainly interesting. But yeah, I definitely do appreciate that because yeah, I've had it for ages, and as much as I do dislike the cartoony animation just because of how many times that makes me fall. But yeah, now that I'm just playing R6, it definitely is better. I think that's actually one of the reasons why I just really like EToH and just the obbies built around R6. It's just the fact that the animation just doesn't get in the way. Thank you, dude. Actually, something that's also quite funny is, I think I even pronounced Whis' name wrong for long. Well, I definitely did actually. For the longest time. Wait. So it definitely is something that I really want to do, is to just get people's names right, so I just... Well... I'm almost respecting you guys because you guys are generally here and just supporting me by just watching my stuff, so yeah. Definitely is one of my goals. That and also the fact that I don't really want to be like Queso when he pronounced just Bao's name as Bo, which was quite funny. I don't know if I have that crazy motivation. Oh. Glad I didn't fall off that. I'll leave it if I am not that high at the moment. I think it's just partly the fact that I just generally like hobbying. So, well, I've almost grown to like it a bit more because I think originally with the Void I just didn't like hobbying a bit. But then just almost as soon as you guys, just a lot of people have just started to join my streams because, well, I think with EToH and Try That rating me, I think those are just generally better ideas because of how I generally stream much earlier in the daytime when I play just EToH, and that's definitely a big part of that. I suppose that is fair enough too. Something I do definitely miss is just watching 3 a.m. memes at 3 a.m., which now I just watch them at like 9 o'clock, which, I mean, they still are quite funny. I mean, I definitely do like just this one guy lately who's just been making boys being boys memes, and those are just really funny. I mean, don't really remember any that just caught my attention because honestly, I think a lot of the reason why it's just so funny is because of how it generally is also me relating to some of those ones too. Oh yeah, Weiss has been here for ages. Yeah, I definitely do appreciate you, Weiss, because with when Trilad raided me, I think throughout that time I was just extremely nervous because it had been like, I think 47 episodes of Devoid, and the only person that I've really gotten that just wasn't Kanye because, well, Kanye was originally watching me a bit. It was just this artist who was trying to scam me. So it definitely does feel better to get somebody who's, well, generally been teaching me a lot about obbying, whilst also being a regular viewer, which is pretty sweet. Oh, don't want to fall off this bit. Yeah, with this bit I've just not really fallen off yet, but it feels like if I'm really careless about that, then yeah, I will fall off. I mean, technically I have completed TOTS, but I had double jump while doing that, and well, I don't know if that quite counts. I did practice a lot of TOTS, especially floor 9 and quite a bit of floor 10 because I was falling off at that a bit. Just to almost ensure if I ever get high, then I would have an advantage rather than disadvantage while completing it, because I think with floor 9 of TOTS, it's a really punishing one compared to every single other one, so yeah, I genuinely do plan on actually beating TOTS now, even though I just thought it would be straight up just almost a gag video almost, which would be quite funny. Because I think I even completed the challenge just in the first 20 minutes of stream or something crazy like that. I could get the exact total if I just take away the 73 from the time on stream, which might be more like first 30 minutes of stream now that I actually see, but yeah, it still generally was earlier than I thought it would be. I thought it would almost be halfway through stream that I complete that, but then I'd be just failing at regular TOTS a whole bunch, which, I mean, I still am doing that at the moment, but definitely earlier than I thought. Ah, yeah. Honestly, I do think a lot of people just went to EToH just from Tower of Hell. I mean, even just people didn't really directly go from, I'd say, Tower of Hell to, there are still a lot of people who just wanted more and went here. I think that's a lot about what EToH's about. And also the deletion of kill bricks, because honestly, from playing that incredible gassy obby, I've refound my hate for kill bricks, to say the least, chat. Because it's just, the slightest touch of one just instantly kills you, and it's just annoying. So I think that's one of the reasons why just EToH just doesn't have any. Which it definitely is interesting, because I've actually found in a lot of just hobbies where there aren't any kill bricks, my cousins who just can't even get nearly to where I am in the void just can very much stay where I am, or just even go ahead of me just because of how it just generally feels like kill bricks are just so much more tricky to navigate skillfully. And especially with how fast I usually like to go in things, it just doesn't really help when doing that. Oh yeah. I'll see you later, Dylan. I don't think I pronounced it right this time. I'll definitely work on the pronunciation, dude, and yeah, I'll see you later. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. But yeah. Definitely do need to use my left hand more, because the positioning of my mic is weird, because well, my previous one was above my head, so I didn't really need to worry about it because of this arm, but with this mic it's just really difficult to tilt down, and it's meant to be on the side of you. So honestly I could just lift it up a bit and see how that is, but I don't really want to jeopardize any of the audio quality either. Because, well, if I just face directly in the mic for 1 second, it could just be a giant boom and noise, and it might just generally suck to hear that. I almost just want to set my sound accordingly just so it's next to me. But because it's on the right side of my desk and not the left side, because, well, my left side is against a wall and I'd have to extend the arm very far, and even then I don't think it would even reach my mouth. My desk is just that wide towards the left side of me. It just has to sit on the edge of my table, and I'm always trying to go semi-left-handed because of that, just eating my dinner with my left hand, just grabbing the fork that way just because of that. Because something about me is I actually tried going left-handed ages ago, just, or really multidextral I think, originally, but I wanted to go left-handed to almost train for that. And throughout the entirety of the time, it was just me relearning how to write, and just every one of my high school teachers just looking at me like I was ridiculous, because I already have terrible handwriting. I don't think any amount of practice will get me to have that good of handwriting unless I just write extremely slow, so having every letter just look like an EToH obstacle, that's probably the letter H. It was just very hard to read for all of my teachers, and just every single one, quite funny enough, was just convincing me to try not to do it in their class, because I think with all of my teachers, they just know I'm just determined to do just the stupidest stuff possible a lot of the time. Like, I think originally something I also did was just color my entire right arm in permanent marker because I thought it looked cool, which I still think it did. Somebody called me racist for that for some reason, which honestly it was more complimenting, if anything. But yeah, definitely would be something that I'll do again. If I could have 2 layered stuff, I might even just have just a black arm for a bit. I mean, I suppose I could technically change my arm color, but I feel like it'd almost be cool just as almost like a void fist. And then there was this other time where I was trying to fix this pen which had something stuffed in it. And it was just for an entire lesson that was just happening, and I just remember just my year 12 teacher just saying, "How many people does it take to fix a pen?" Or just high school students, and then she just said 2, looking at me and my friend Kanye directly. And there was just a whole bunch of teachers laughing at me, which I was pretty combative about that because it was pretty difficult to get I don't even know what it was. I think it was just a bent spring or something. But I was just really deep down in there, but the only thing I really had was just the ink canister of a pen just to almost poke and prod it because there was nothing really long and skinny that I could use otherwise, so it was generally me being in a rough spot at that time, chat. I still wish I could have fixed that pen to this day, which I think I actually did now that I am thinking about it. I think I fixed the pen and given it back to Kanye, but I think Kanye was just over it at this point. So, yeah, he just really didn't care, which honestly I don't really think Kanye did much to fix it. So I think with what I actually did, I think I even stuffed a whole bunch of pieces of paper, just scrunching them up into very tiny balls just to push down there. Just to push next to the spring and to almost just leverage it out bit by bit because of how easy it was to just stuff the paper into the pen, and which I think it was that ultimately did work, and with the pieces of paper being very easily manipulatable because it was just very small pieces of paper, I could just almost turn the pen upside down and then just have all the little balls come out, so I generally had to do that much to get that out. And then there's also other shenanigans that I used to do, like, I think there are multiple occasions where I've just sharpened glue sticks and highlighters and just... Actually, maybe just more than that. Oh, hello Delza! Thank you for the raid, dude! Hello Andrew. Hello Delza. Hello West. Hello Gabe. What's up, Trilad? How are you all doing today? Oh, damn it. Need to actually get a decent attempt now. Oh. Thingy. Oh, wait. I didn't actually know whether we were doing that because... Yeah, honestly, I have no idea. I think part of it was just because I generally couldn't figure out how to download Terraria. Because my dad was just at work on that day and he usually just figures stuff out for me, so... I think it was partially that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chiled. I should have probably communicated better with that. Because I don't even know if I can even pay online yet. I just haven't really learned how to. Something else I've really been meaning to get for a while is just the Binding of Isaac, even though I just haven't really done that either. Because I think originally I got it on the PS4, but then at that point I was just a PC player, because I just saw it just when I was in EB Games with the voucher, just in this box of just return games, and usually when games have already been used, they just cost, well, nothing basically, and I mean, to be fair, you can't really charge the owners of EB Games for your original games if you just don't want it, so yeah, you just straight up give them more money, but the amount of money is less if you just brought the game, so it is definitely fair enough. Especially if I just went ahead and brought Isaac anyways. So yeah, definitely do want to try it on PC. Though it always does kind of worrying because with how much Isaac I just have been watching ever since I was generally 8. Don't question me on how I found it, chat. I just really wanted to actually try it, and it's actually crazy how it's just been so long and haven't even done it. I think over 10 years even. So yeah. Definitely would be nice to finally get that, because I think something else that I've just been doing is just, well, telling Steam to go away, because I think with what I actually did to download Steam on my PC was just... Oh, damn it. Was actually just for Marvel Rivals because my friend group wanted to play it, and I just thought I'd join them because, well, honestly, I didn't really have much to do other than that. So then I went into Marvel Rivals for a bit, and when everyone got bored of it, I just kept getting notifications from Steam and just having it just appear on my screen as soon as I turn on my PC, which was really annoying because most of the time when I stream Devoid, it's just me hurrying home so I can actually get there on time, and just having Steam is just another obstacle because it just has to update at that time. I just, at that point, just suppressed it, and I just didn't really want to touch Steam again for a while. Which honestly is a pretty bad idea when it's got the 2 games that I've honestly been wanting to play for quite a while. Terraria because I've heard a lot of good things about it, and Isaac because, well, I've seen a lot of gameplay from it, and honestly, the old Oval Flash game just doesn't really work too well, and it's unnecessarily simple yet tricky, and the gameplay just felt weird when I played it last, and it was laggy as well, so I just died anyways. So it definitely would be nice to try Isaac the right way, so I get a better impression of how it is. Because the amount of times that I generally would have just searched it up just to play it, on just these very out-of-the-way sites, would almost be enough for me to just have worked in a job for just a few hours or so just to actually get Isaac, which is pretty insane now that I think about it. So I think at this point I should just probably download Isaac just to actually have a better experience in it rather than just playing the weak version, just not really doing much there and dying. And even when I downloaded the PS4 version, I definitely did quite like it as well. Or really brought it, I mean. Because I actually had quite a lot of good runs in just the regular Isaac. I actually used the sacrificial room quite a bit, just with this character called Maggie, who just has an infinite amount of hearts, yet terrible attack, and just using the sacrificial room just to almost get her down to really low health, and then just go back in to kill small creatures, use her ability to regain health. Just really was a fun strategy in my eyes. And that's what I did for quite a bit. Something that I was really sad about was just with this character called Azazel. I really shouldn't have rushed that. Pretty much what Azazel does is he shoots a very, very nice laser beam at very close range at enemies, and he is actually said to be the most fun character to play with in Isaac just because of how he just has such a unique way of firing just tears through, I suppose, his mouth, and has a giant-ass laser beam, and I was generally excited to play with him because I unlocked him as a character, and honestly it was terrible because, well, sometimes with the controller I just let go of the joystick, and because With the controller, you almost have to hold joystick in order to charge up Azazel's attack, but then when you release it, sometimes just the force of the stick just makes the attack go backwards, and then I take damage because of how close I am to the enemies when I actually fire the laser beam. And it was just something that I just had a problem with for a while because, well, I was just almost seeing people like Zach Scott Games, a guy who I was watching a while ago, and some other creators just had so much fun with this character, and with how much fun I already had with just Kane and Maggie, and also Isaac too, because I do think I actually unlocked the D6 for him, which was really overpowered. It was just a shame when just Azazel just wasn't good at all, just because of how... It's just almost like in Pokemon where there's a very small chance you can miss an attack there, and it's pretty much the equivalent of that in Isaac with just Azazel, because, well, it just generally sucked, and yeah. I mean, I did have fun with Azazel for a bit, but it has gone to the point where I was getting very good at dodging, but then, honestly, chat, just no amount of dodging can really help you when your attacks just miss 10% of the time. So yeah, ultimately I just, well, I still have the game, but I haven't really played it in a while, and I think the next time I will play it is if I have a power outage, and then that's just the one thing I can do, almost. But yeah, other from that, I don't really think I'm going to be playing Isaac until I just get it on Steam, which, honestly, that is a very good idea to just do. Because, well, Steam is like the better version of the App Store. It actually has functioning games. I could also reinstall Chicken as well, because there was a game called that where... Honestly, it's pretty difficult to explain, but then at the same time it isn't. Because what the game was about was just grabbing parts of animals and combining them together to make this, well, make abominations at your will to follow you, and it's kind of like Ark in a sense, except with mismatched creatures that attack each other. And then there are just some natural ones that you kill just for these same bits. I definitely would like to play that game again because it was quite nice, and even Spore too, because I think Spore was made in the year 2000 or something, just a ridiculously early time for something so generally good, and yeah, Spore just was one of my favorite games to watch as well. And I did actually play it as well. It was another one of those games, but then it was just on this really old computer, because back then my parents only really had one computer that can really handle it, but then at that point, that computer I think was bought a very long time ago, and it's one of those computers with just... I don't even know quite how to explain it, just a silver lining. Just almost like the color that you would see on someone like Silver Surfer, I think. And then that's just the color of the computer. I mean, honestly, there are some other silver keyboards, but it's just almost one of those ones with shine in it. Which... to say the least, it was old. I mean, not as old as those old library computers that you would just see to play something like Pac-Man or Tetris on. But yeah, overall still a very old one that just generally could not run anything on there. Yeah. I also think another one of the reasons why I just didn't really like Spore as well when I played it was just because of how much I generally like the creature stage too, and also how I think the main reason why I really liked Spore was because of just these rogue monsters that just have an absurd amount of HP. And I'll just almost scroll through different YouTubers until somebody just tames a whole bunch of rogues and just has them just there. Yeah, I need to stop walking off at this point. I've walked off so many times and yeah, to say the least. It was just kind of boring because all of the time I'd just see just people tame like one guy or something, or just murder everything in Spore when it'd honestly just be cool if rogues were just there. Something else that I've always wanted to see happen is just one of those titans get defeated. Because there was something else in Spore where there was just this giant as titan, or giant as titans I mean, that just always ruled the earth and, or really just the Spore land, and ultimately those were quite entertaining as well just to see too. Or to see just people try to beat them, because it's actually insane how much damage those guys did alone, and they even one-shot rogues too. So now I'm thinking about it, I might even search that up afterwards, because that generally sounds like a good video if somebody just actually tries to beat one and they actually succeed. I mean, it will be of their own creation, of course, just with a whole bunch of those guys, because, well, they're just easy to tame, and they are probably the most overpowered creatures other from rogues at this point, because you can customize your creature however, and if you just add all the overpowered parts that something like, well, every other creature has except combined, just really is broken, especially how I do think you get about 160 HP at the end of it, or you could get around that much, which is honestly quite insane in itself. Which, yeah, really makes just your own creature just so overpowered just because of that. I mean, they can't really make it not overpowered, unless you just really want to go with just a friendly style, but then just have no attack and then just rely on other creatures the entire time to help you out. Which honestly could be quite a interesting way to really do things. Because it would actually make the game really tricky if you just don't have any sort of investment. Except maybe something that just only allows you to move when not in combat. Maybe just something like a very crouched body with nothing at all, like no run speed, and then just wings, and you can just fly a lot of the time, but then you can get shot down pretty easily or something like that. So just playing it less of just almost a mob, but almost like a David versus Goliath fight in a sense. Just something that would actually be close instead of it just being, well, fly swatting, but less entertaining, because honestly, chat, when something's just so easy and just repetitive for so long, it just really starts to not really get entertaining, because I think a lot of the reason why Jujutsu Kaisen's fight scenes were entertaining with Gojo was the fact that he was just almost showing something new every time, and almost of them trying to show that this guy who Gojo is destroying is also powerful. So then the reason why that fly swatting, in my opinion, is better is just because of that, but yeah, just something in video games where it's just far too easy. It's just not that nice to play. I think a good example of this would just be the bots in that one laser beam game. Because originally laser beam generally had a good idea being this just basically this game where it's kind of like Fortnite, except there's like this one guy who's very powerful and everyone has to team up to defeat him, but then it just became too difficult to beat that guy, and everyone else just decided to get kills with the Goliath in that case. So yeah, in other words, it's just almost like Goliath versus David, but instead just Goliath has David's strategy and David has Goliath's strategy, which would make it just fly swatting, but then it just kind of sucks when you're just seeing something that isn't strategic, that isn't powerful, it's just generally like watching somebody swat flies at that point, in my eyes. Because yeah, I feel like it would do very nice for sport to just have a hardcore mode or something. Just something that puts you at a giant disadvantage to the point where it would actually be worth taming other creatures other from your own. Just to almost have a whole bunch more different stats or something, for example, that just allow you to complete the game, like maybe even having creatures that give the other person nutrients, for example, like almost like how frogs and spiders just protect each other, because I think with frogs they just keep away birds from the spider or something. I don't really know what happens with the tarantula and frog, which I should have probably said tarantula, but to say the least, they are well mutually benefiting each other, and it's actually the same with clownfish and amoebas and just having them go around and, well, clownfish scaring off any pests and eating them, whereas the amoeba just is protecting the clownfish from any predators. Just something like that could generally be really cool, especially how it would be quite a unique strategy to use in something like Spore, to where you could almost have a theoretical game completion if you just find just a host species is almost like a parasite in a way, and maybe even having that as something. Just having a weaker creature, just go into something that's inherently done and just make that a force to be reckoned with. And then it's just almost, instead of just it being a simple tap dance to see if they're on your team, it could just be more like a mini game to tame each one, and then to go into each one of those creatures, and this is almost kind of like a warning to the creatures, just having them almost run when they see a parasite on one of them, just almost not really be suspicious at first, but then almost turn angry when they see that. So then you would also have to lure a creature away in order to actually do that, because the creatures generally don't want that to happen, or generally something like a good relationship where maybe there could be this sort of amphibian species that just stays in the water but is very difficult to catch, and then you could just have a part that just makes it so they can live in there or something. Just almost like a walking amoeba in a sense, but then the amoeba's on like the creature's back, and yeah, just ultimately having that as a team up, because then it can make your own character just more powerful, and it would add an interesting element to Spore rather than just either A, taming creatures that are bad, B, looking for some ridiculously overpowered rogue that honestly won't really be that useful once you're able to get the parts to tame the rogue, or C, just tame things at your own power level with ease, to which a lot of things just aren't really a power level, so almost not having to tame anything tricky whilst not taming anything that could be useless just really makes it too much of a, well, freebie to just gain a whole bunch of your own species just regularly. I don't think I explained that well, but just ultimately having some diversity in just the creatures you collect, in a sense, just almost seeing how that goes, and maybe even having a perk from the parasite group is just almost having the creature just almost regain control once in a while if you have one of your own creatures just controlling another creature, and then they can sometimes just be unpredictable, so then it would be better to tame another creature because of that fact. Or if it's just I think it's Promorphous relationship where maybe it could just be that two creatures could very much concoct some sort of, well, bomb or something. I definitely will have to explain that one better too. Just almost like some sort of creature that can just beat a whole bunch of tiny creatures easily, but then one creature that just can't really beat tiny creatures that easily because they've just got like such a strong and slow hit that it will just be beneficial for just those two to team up, kind of like Ants in a way, because there's like this rare chance that this like bigger and stronger ant can just spawn from the ant queen if, well, it wants to, and then it can just cut through just some quite dense material and help just fortify the ant base. And yeah, just ultimately somehow incorporating that into the game as well, just so it's not just, yeah, cut and dry, one animal does it all. Which it could still be viable to have your own creature, but just having there be multiple reasons why that's not really strategic instead of just the simplest choice being the most strategic overall. Oh. That failed. I mean, it wasn't really that far anyways, so I can just get back up to where I was, but yeah, Spore was still just generally a really good game for its time, and honestly I still just might do a playthrough just because of how it's just nostalgic, but then again it's just not exactly enough for it to just be as simple as it is just this long into the future either. And yeah, I just would also really like if they just went more into the creature stage a bit, just making that just more entertaining as well. Because I mean, I do think they did extend it to a very long time, just how they went, but maybe even adding almost like a Minecraft aspect just with stuff, and you can get just these specific minerals that help with evolving or something, which honestly, now that I think about it, really does suck. And with all the games I play being Roblox and Minecraft, and Roblox not really having any real progression game, honestly, other from just the Don't Starve ripoff, but yeah, I suppose Roblox does have some other good progression games, but yeah, just nothing that I can remember off the top of my head that's that good. And then Minecraft, just with its progression being weird, just being able to go from iron to diamond armor, which not only has 2 times resistance, but you can also get an enchanting table at that point, which gives 60% more armor after that, so, or makes you take 60% less damage, I should say. Which in context, if you're just fighting somebody with an iron sword, it just won't deal any damage at that point. So it definitely isn't worth rocking up an iron armor against a diamond guy. And that's in Protection 1 too. I think you take even less damage afterwards if you just get a lot more resistance on you. Just from Protection 4 or something, which is actually quite insane to say out loud. I mean, Sharpness is also quite an overpowered enchant too, so it definitely does make it not impossible. Yeah, just overall armor is overpowered. And there's a good reason why they made it better, because otherwise people would just be swinging axes at each other all day. Even though that is something that I've honestly done before on this server, because yeah, there's just this server in Minecraft where you were just able to just run out and stab people. And everyone had 5 hearts, so then you just be one-shot the entire time, and it's just almost trying not to get one-shot, and sometimes people would bring other items like shields, iron armor, and then just all the poor just target the rich, and then those guys just lose hearts too because it was a lifesteal server, but yeah, you could not go below 5, which was a very entertaining concept, and it just allowed for this giant-ass mosh pit to happen at spawn, and I was actually quite sad when they deleted it. I mean, it was a British server, which at that point I'd have about 300 ping, so it was quite tricky to actually go in there, but I still was vibing for a while there, and I did amass a full double chest of just stacks of hearts, so actually not double chest, full ender chest I would say. But still, chat, I would have killed just hundreds of people with hearts at that point because, well, a lot of the time it's just people who don't really know that they can die, and there is this newbie protection which makes them take, well, which makes nobody able to take their hearts, so then once they get their hearts taken away, they'll be inclined to go back out, and I think at that point it's just almost all the newbies just catching in their checks if it's just people who want to be homeless purposefully for that. I can just almost imagine just a whole bunch of almost stitched up Muppets just licking their fingers and scrolling through their cash just because they just killed a guy with hearts and protection finally worn off so he could actually be harvested, I'd say, and we all just took our hearts and put it back in the chest and yeah, went back out again as fully enraged homicidal Muppets that were inclined to just take hits in Minecraft. And honestly, chat, I probably would go back to Minecraft for a bit if there's just something along the lines of that again, just in an Oceania server. I mean, it's not indefinite because, well, Oceania is just very much a sweaty region to be in, but certainly would try it for a day, that's for sure. And it also does one better because pay to win just doesn't always win if there's just a whole bunch of people who hate the rich, and if somebody's richer with stuff that you have to pay to get, then yeah, a lot more people would actually go for those type of guys, which also makes pay to win viable too, just for those who actually want to pay, because, well, it's not like they actually win. I mean, they do have the best items in the game and can defeat people, but it's just almost worrying about the other people who would just be after them at that point for paying for things, so they're not as inclined to actually pay for things as well, which yeah, it still just makes me further bad when I tried to search up that server again, just, well, a few months after it got... after I just played it, I mean. I just saw that it just wasn't available anymore, and I miss you. I miss your lifesteal server. So yeah, I definitely do want to get back into something along the lines of that, which generally isn't possible because it's just always the fact that you just always have to redeem a whole bunch of codes in these servers, and that you just see people with just free kits sometimes where they just have everything already, which is ultimately boring to fight. So it's just overall more fun if you're just going out there whacking people and almost just waiting for the perfect time to really jump at somebody just because it's funny. Because something else that also happened is just you were able to see how much spawn protection they had as well, so then you can almost just lock your target on somebody as well. And then it's just almost a suspense of just trying to see when their spawn protection will end, and just to almost not really make it obvious that you're really targeting them and that this is just normal and that the spawn protection just goes when you leave or something, because I think that is actually the main message that the server says, just do not leave or else your spawn protection is gone. But then there's also a secret message just in fine print about just an hour in game as well, which I do think that's the main reason why people got fooled. Because I think even I did when I first got in, but I definitely raked in more hearts than I lost, so I was definitely quite happy about that. And something else that was quite funny that I used to do is, there was also this other server where you just got a whole bunch of free gear right off the bat. Or just a key actually, which allowed you to roll a netherite piece. Which, there are just times where I would just go into some of these types of servers and just enchant my armor to protection 4 and breaking 3, iron armor, iron sword, and even just a shield in the back in case they were actually dealing damage to me. And I would just almost act like I just joined the server, have it so they realize I'm there, and then I just run outside the border, just with them chasing me, almost making them think that they're going to get a free heart, but then I just whip out the fire aspect and they're just gone. They're just set ablaze, and with them just having no real way to really circumvent that, they just die. And I think I even got Suspicious Stew as well, because mushrooms were quite cheap on the server that I actually went, because I don't think there were any other servers that really done this, which was unfortunate. That would definitely be something that I'd go back and do as well, just going into some servers with high ping and actually having a chance against other players. So yeah, definitely was quite a, well, honestly less fun method of getting hearts and just random lifesteal servers, but it was definitely a method that worked in multiple servers, so that was definitely quite nice that I could actually do that. And yeah, something that I'm actually looking forward to a bit is, I actually heard that there is a lifesteal coming out in Oceanas again, which would be insane, because I think a lot of the time with the Oceanas server that I'm on, which is, well, Oceanas are really everybody uses to practice PvP. They just, well, release something and then it's everything that everyone talks about, and their last lifesteal server was generally fun to play on because I just was actually get there because I had a clan, and I still could theoretically rejoin that clan actually, because I think when there was this EToH server out, I just joined them and just murdering people, but I think of lifesteal servers, they're just generally more popular and a lot more people just run out a lot. So then instead of going for elo, which honestly is quite a boring way of going, you go for hearts, which gives you a permanent boost. And yeah, just eco wasn't quite the same, especially when I got warned about this, well, pumpkin dupe that I may or may not have participated in, because there was this infinite pumpkin glitch where you could just buy pumpkins for a certain amount and sell it for more. So then let's just say that the pumpkins were worth 20 coins, and you got 22 coins after you sold them, in a sense. So then if you just keep buying them, you could just almost buy like 64 pumpkins and sell 64 pumpkins, and you'd be profiting. It would be an extremely good method of money grinding, and that was actually something that I realized from the very beginning. It was just, how are these guys making money? Is just my team asks, and then it's just, I think they're selling something for less and buying it for a cheaper price than, well, what they were selling it, so... At first my teammates were just like, no way. The devs of Oceanas aren't that stupid, to which one of my teammates actually did find this out, and, well, honestly, we did just abuse that. I mean, I don't think I abused it enough to actually get onto the leaderboards, because just the entirety of my clan was just on the money leaderboards, just having an absurd amount of cash just at the beginning. And what really actually driven us to actual millionaires was just this thing where there was these keys that somebody realized were 10 times more expensive the last season, to which there are quests you can do in order to get these coins, and not coins, I'd say gems, just to make it different. These gems are valuable as hell, so we would just keep going, and yeah, let's just get 5 kills, and then it's just almost like 5 kills in a row, 10 kills in a row, 25 kills in a row, and I mean, my clan was pretty dominant at the beginning, so then we just became dominant throughout the entirety of the first part of the Oceanas SMP, which was quite funny. Or just a genuine, just most popular part of that. So it definitely made me feel good to finally get like 1,300 elo, which, context being, you usually get like 5 to 2 elo if you kill somebody when you've got about 1,200 elo. So it was definitely quite a lot of kills that I got. I don't know exactly how many. I might be overestimating it just a little bit. But it certainly did feel good to just get kill streak after kill streak after kill streak. Until there was these guys with strength, which honestly I should have expected the very next day, and I was alone because with a lot of the Oceanas players, it's usually Australians who not only live 2 hours behind me in my time zone, they also are people who just usually stay up late, which I generally don't, so most of the time I'm just alone, and I got impatient one day. I went out and lost all my stuff, so then I couldn't really go back out, which was unfortunate, and they did increase the price of those crate keys by 10, so it was generally quite a unfortunate time, just because of how I just, well, was bored, I didn't have hobbing at the time to do, and yeah, ultimately it was just a big whoop. Couldn't really do much there. I mean, I did get a few more kills, but then when I realized just when I died, just in this much weaker armor, that I lost so much, it was just not really worth continuing at that point, so I just ultimately left. And yeah. I mean, I don't think it was specifically because of that. I left Minecraft, it was more or less why I left the server, but yeah. It evidently just goes to show just how generally boring Minecraft is when you're just doing good as well, which I need to take more time on that. I just failed on that bit so many times. Because I mean, as much as I don't know if I am planning on beating TOTS today, I still would appreciate it if I can stop being bad at TOTS as well. Because I think a lot of why I was just here is just because of the challenge, which I have completed just 2 hours ago or so. Which honestly that would be around, yeah, pretty much right, because actually it would be more like 25 minutes long, the challenge, because then I would have also started stream as well. So I think it would have taken me about 25 minutes to actually do this with double jump, which, well, that's finally been proven to me that double jump is much easier when it comes to beating TOTS. Which originally I didn't even quite know because there were just some jumps that I just had a really hard time, but especially if the amount of ridiculous skips you could just do in floor 9. It definitely is much easier, chat. It certainly is. And even stuff like floor 6 and 7 that don't really give me too much grief. They then become so much more tricky when you just can't circumvent the board, which is kind of unfortunate. So I definitely do just want to start completing this. Oh, here. I almost forgot where I was going for a second. It just always feels like with this bit you just are always just about to fall off, but then you never do. Or at least that's how I feel when it comes to that. Or at least I feel like I'm just going to fall off it every single time, but then it's just only a reality when I focus in too close to that. Same with one of the jumps in floor 9 actually, which honestly is very dangerous there, and it's more likely that I will fall off that, honestly. Which I would generally say for this stream I just want to get to floor 9 now. Because I'm starting to spend a bit here, and I would just ultimately feel good if I could get to just one of the highest points in this tower. I mean, definitely would feel much better to beat this, especially with how long it's been taking me to just beat towers lately. But I mean, I still think I would just be happy either way with just completing that challenge. So yeah, definitely isn't needed, but it would be nice if I could. I also do think I'm failing a lot here because I do land at this area a lot as well. Since I do just need to take my time when it comes to that as well. So far here. And also around these two. I have a feeling I will fall off one of these because, I mean, they aren't that easy of jumps. I mean, they're reasonably simple, just these little H thingies, but yeah, ultimately it still is very tricky to really do it first try just because of how many there are, or just really the sheer amount, so I should be just a little bit mindful in completing these. And there we go, finally completed this jump. Now I can hopefully move on to 4-4 where I usually fall. Oh, after these of course. Wait, this is floor 4. Wait, no, this isn't. Base plate just looked slightly different colored. Oh, differently colored, I mean. Is this One Piece? Nope. Oh. Oh, come on. Damn it. Unless it is One Piece. Sounds kind of like that one Frankie song. I still feel like it does, because I think I even mentioned it last stream. It just sounds so much like it, it's ridiculous. So yeah, I definitely would say that Frankie is quite a nice character. Oh. Definitely do think One Piece, if it was more serious, would be better. I mean, I suppose it would be a lot less episodes if they actually focused a lot on plot rather than just gags that are generally funny, but I still do want to see something serious when it comes down to it. Because I think a lot about what I liked was just almost seeing Luffy at the beginning just wake up from barrel on top of this ship and how he was generally just seemingly oblivious, but it just almost feels like with Zoro, I feel like it should have been that they should have gone more serious with the routes because of how I think a lot of what Zoro, the reason why Zoro was so good is because of how he was just generally chained up just about at death or really rope on him. True. It really is. And then you just get Nami, which honestly is quite a boring character at the beginning just because of how she can't really fight. I mean, she does get better, but her other powers do seem a bit... eh. But yeah, if you get rid of the S, it really is just the Tower of True. I mean, it still does sound funny if you call it tots, because, well, tater tots. But yeah, Tower of True skill is quite nice as well. Tower of True, I should say. But then again, with how just the devs of EToH just have called one of the most tricky towers in the game, the Melon Tower, I don't think they're really just focusing on just the names being that serious. I think a lot of the time they're just trying to find names at this point because of how many they would have used up. Because I think there's just one that's Tower of Fried Chicken, and then that's the most difficult intense. Unless I'm just hungry, but yeah. I think there was one called that. Oh, and bam. Now I'm actually at a bit where I don't fall off as much. Oh. And I'm over here now. Actually, I think I know why. I just have a strong sense of this being elevator music. This must be used in the normal elevator, I think. Well, this might be used, I mean. Because I think there's just a lobby music for it. So I remember when I used to play the normal elevator bit. It was generally quite a fun game. Because I think I would always just look forward to seeing the big cheese. I actually can't remember his name is the blue cheese or the big cheese, but I do think it is the big cheese, and just the this horseman just appear. This part was I looked before I jumped to. That's then taken what was actually happening. Alright, 4-3. Yeah, that's definitely Frankie music. So every time I say that, I just fall off. I need to stop calling it Frankie music. Damn you, Frankie! Like my damn Stefan Lucky. I mean, I do. Yeah, I generally did like it when just Luffy was just running around with Frankie's underwear, and then that just... Well, it was just the perfect scene, just almost having Frankie just be called a pervert, but then there being no reason for why he is. And then just Straw Hat just grabbing his underwear and just running around with them. That was just hilarious. Because I think Frankie's backstory, he actually has only like one pair of underwear. So then if he gets them stolen, then he just has to run around naked. Which honestly is pretty stupid, but it generally is hilarious as well. Yeah, I suppose part of the charm is a lot of the characters are quite dumb in One Piece. Because I think every character in there's got at least one reason why they're just not so smart. Like, you've got Luffy, who generally just finds a way to just get stuck in some chimney or position where he just cannot fight for a while. Like, with Arlong, he just sticks his feet in the ground and then he can't move for the entirety of the fight until just a whole bunch of the other characters just save him. And then he just does a lot of dumb things that just gets everybody in danger. Or puts him in danger. Because Jedi would not be surprised if there was just a whole bunch of times where there's just Luffy overboard and then there's just Zoro jumping into the ocean to just save Luffy because of how often he sits at the end of that mast. So I think there are actually times where just people have saved Luffy. So I think the first time it's actually happened on screen is Sanji just going into the water to save him after defeating that other guy. And then with Zoro, I mean, number one is the directional skills. That guy just cannot find a... That guy cannot find a needle in a needle stack at this point. He just goes ahead and somehow finds the one way to mess it up. And as well as that one time where he got stuck in a chimney, because I think it was actually Zoro who got stuck in a chimney and then Luffy was just stuck in between two buildings. So that's definitely two ways. I'll just... Both of those characters just not live up to everybody else's expectations. Well, two ways at Zoro, I mean. I think Luffy has a lot more ways, and then he's just smart for like one or two scenes just for plot. Or something. Because, well, Luffy does need to at least act a little bit like a captain. Even if he would probably jump in the ocean if you just threw a piece of ham in there. But then again, I don't actually think Nami's in any way stupid now that I think about it. She generally is a seemingly... Wait, no, gold. I was thinking about that up until I realized that she just does anything for money. And I think that includes selling her friends, I think. I don't actually know if there's any real thing that actually happens, but then yeah, she's just very into money. And then that's just what she does. So yeah, I'd say it's better to just call it quirks because, well, I don't really know if that's quite something that I'd call Nami stupid for. So I definitely would say that's more of a quirk rather than something like that. And then you got Sanji. He's probably the worst out of all of them when it comes to this. Because his thing for girls just... The cast generally took it as far as to almost killing him off just because he had just the slightest bit of a... I don't even know what to call it. Because I mean, it's not technically a fetish. I mean, he's probably into everything at this point, knowing Sanji, because, well, that's just how he is. So I don't even know, maybe he's just... a simp. At least it's what I'm thinking about Sanji. There are just multiple times where he's just entered a scene and everyone's almost waiting until he's out of the scene. And there are also times where he's just saying stuff later on about... They did that too. About being part of Germa, and then just saying, "No, I'm ramen guy." and that's just something he does. Because, I mean, I get that he dislikes his parents at all, but I still feel like it would just be more strategically beneficial if you just say that you're part of Dharma, because, well, you're part of a comic book, dude. If you just don't know where you're from, then the villain's just not really going to care all too much, and then they're just gonna smack you silly. So there is also another example about that as well, other from the painfully obvious one where he's just head over heels for any woman with a pulse at that point. Just to the point where he would just, if he's just running for his life, just almost with the rest of the crew, and he just hears the slightest yelp from a girl, when just, it's Luffy, Frankie, Zoro, a whole bunch of other people maybe, and then there's just no feminine character here. Alright, that scene, he's just going to run out in the exact direction where that girl is and just drag everyone else back to him at that point. Which is honestly really funny, but it's just almost thinking that when One Piece is about to take their characters seriously, they just generally do 180s like that, which I just generally, well, not exactly disappointed with, because they are quite entertaining, but it's only so long before I can just, yeah, watch it and not feel boredom, I suppose. No, not at the moment, actually. I actually bit tots with double jump pretty early, actually. Which I suppose I should probably change the stream. But then again, it would just be funnier if just people come in and expect some guy to have double jump and then they just never see anybody use it. Oh yeah, definitely. I didn't even expect to really practice this at all, but then I found that I couldn't even do it with double jump the first time, and now I can just complete floor 9 just without falling at times, just in practice. So I think I even made sure to do it 5 times in a row, just this morning. My hardest, I think, would be Coles at the moment. Also a bit Tower of Tokyo Heights recently as well, which that one's also reasonably tricky as well. Oh yeah, Coles was amazing. I mean, I really didn't like the secret ending just because of how, well, it was generally a nightmare to attempt, because I think in total with how long I've actually spent in Coles just because of that secret ending is generally absurd. I mean, part of that was me being AFK just so I didn't lose my button progress, but yeah, I could definitely see why you wouldn't be too bothered to do something like that. Alright, you know, I might just move a little bit left to do that. I know. I think I even got to the bomber boss fight one time and then I just died on the very last hit, which was, to say the least, both embarrassing and sad, because what happened was it was just the last hit and I didn't really experience just a bomber when you don't regen from every time you just hit him. So I was just almost not hitting him just to be safe, but then I just had a whole bunch of projectiles come at me at once and I just couldn't dodge them all and died. Which, yeah, ever since just not being able to get back up there, I've just gone away from it for a bit. taste for coals now. Even if it was generally a nice experience the first time. Because I think there were just so many times where I just made it up to floor 16 as well. Well, floor 16 and 17, I should say. And then I'll just fall all the way back to the very first stage. Well, and there were even times where I just fell and then it just absolutely denied me landing on ground, because I think with what I wanted to do was just keep landing back on the last stage, just for 15 there, but then sometimes I'll just bounce on something and get ricocheted into the void. Which at that point I do actually kind of want to test to see if I could do that and actually complete a tower that way. But then again, there's not really much that's worth it. I mean, maybe I could try and fling myself to Thanos, but I don't know where that is compared to Coles at all. Yeah, Ragdoll. Just being Ragdolled is just the worst. There are just times where I just save myself, but then my character just says no and it just tumbles down an entire mountain. Or at least that's what it feels like. As you just watch yourself go from top to bottom just instantly over a failed save. And yeah, it's just generally the worst. You know, I think I know why they have base plates here, just so then you glitch into the ground and you don't really get any sword boost, which... Yeah, honestly, well, I like it, but then it really does feel bad when I just fall to the very bottom and I haven't really saved myself properly. I mean, that was a good attempt at least. Especially with how generally quick I've been getting progress, it's not exactly the worst for me to just be failing at this. So I think I will just take it slow a bit. I mean, not so slow to the point where I just fall off at stupid things, but just enough for me to not make it like Coles in my eyes. Because with Coles, there were just so many bits that I was just stuck on. Like, the first time I completed 13, I just really didn't have to go back to floor 13 at all, and I could just move on. I mean, I do think I fell down once because of that, well, outside area in floor 13. But yeah. This really didn't have any trouble at all the first time. Hopefully it'll be my first as well, honestly. Because I think a dream that generally a lot of people have is just almost beating Ring 1 as their just first ring completed. Because I think Ring 1 is generally the easiest ring to... Actually, maybe not the easiest, I don't know if there's other things that are more tricky, but... It's certainly a popular one to try and complete because, well, it's the first area you're at, and it generally is quite nice to just go through it and complete everything. Especially with how Tower of Table Flipping just had this really difficult jump that I just really didn't want to bother doing. Because have any of you guys just seen Tower of Table Flipping where it's just this one jump that you have to get perfectly with this conveyor that just launches you into the void if you fail? Probably where the table flipping comes from, actually. The easiest area in the game is the Garden of EToH. Well done. I'm almost tempted to try and complete that now, actually. Well, I suppose I haven't really checked out Thanos Tower, so I don't really know if the easiest area will actually be easy now that I think about it. Oh yeah, definitely is tempting. Hard boiled. This feels like something you would almost hear in Pink Panther, is just the dude just sneaks up to things. Which honestly, I don't even know where I would have seen the Pink Panther from. Definitely was quite an entertaining show when I was younger, just to see that. Just Panther do stuff, and it generally being funny is just this guy just almost tries to always capture him. One of the scenes that I remember the most is just this scene where the Pink Panther is just painting pink around this area, where this other guy is just painting blue. And then they're just going around this pole just painting. I do think there's probably some other scenes, but yeah, it was just generally a chill animation that I generally quite liked, if I'm being honest. Pink Panther is certainly nice. Bottom intense. Generally would be quite a nice one to just go to if it's bottom intense. Because, yeah. I think I've beaten just all mid-intense towers because of Tower of Impossible Expectations, Coles, and Tokyo Heights all being that, and I mean, I do still want to beat Pots first, but that could generally be just a cool area to just almost solo, and then just stream just the last little bit as I go for the final stretch against the Intense Tower. Unless there are multiple Intense Towers, there could be that. Yeah, it definitely would be interesting to see what a bottom Intense is like. Just to see if it's as tricky as its midway counterparts. Oh yeah. I need to make sure to avoid that EToH. But it generally does look cool to almost have just a whole bunch of almost pink and red stages leading up just to avoid above. Because now that I realize that I generally do like TOTS just for that. I mean, sure, I do really like the color black. I mean, I do usually play a game that's just all black, but yeah, it's still pretty nice to just almost see this, and it just generally looks nice. Well, really intimidating, honestly, but still. Nice and intimidating are pretty similar things, so yeah. At least that's what I think. I mean, I suppose when there's a dude just looking at you weirdly, then it's not exactly that nice, but generally in a game context, it's quite nice to just see something that's generally intimidating, and just almost of it actually being intimidating instead of it just being this unexpected conveyor jump that you just don't really know exists until you step on it and get launched into oblivion. At least that's what I'm thinking. But yeah, it generally is quite evil how they just have just these regular base plates, just those just higher up, and then it's just them almost foreshadowing for you that you're just going to fall there just because of how long of jumps you have to do there. Because there generally are times where I failed just long jumping onto one of those base plates because just one of the parts is just slightly further up than the others. And then if you're just looking up, you just don't really realize and fall. So it definitely is good to just make sure that the plates aren't that far away before you jump to them. Because that's definitely a mistake that I've made in the past, just falling off on one of those. Oh yeah, it might actually be good for that tightrope now that I think about it. I mean, I haven't really used them often, but I can definitely press them, and sometimes they work out for me. I think I've just not really been paying attention to them just because of the void. How they just don't allow it. I may as well try it out for that actually, because I think it just aligns you to the nearest direction, just on the right side, because if I do this, then it just faces you completely. Oh wait. I think I gotta actually be in shift lock in order for it to work, so then yeah, if I'm just here, then it's just gonna face me there. And then you have to do something like that. Oh yeah, I gotcha. Definitely make sure to use those at the tightrope again because, well, also if I just have alignment keys, then I should probably use them. Because I think the only stuff that I've actually really used alignment keys on is just wall hopping, and that's about it. And I'm not really that good at wall hopping, so maybe that might even help. Well, I don't fall at least because I've been doing that just a smidge. But yeah, it generally is insane how it's already just 157 minutes in. Definitely goes to show how much better a good tower is to play than a bad tower. Or just a ridiculously tricky tower, actually. Or a ridiculously tricky jump on an easy tower. Well, if the tower is ranked easy. Then it might just be worth it to complete the ridiculously difficult jump just for the catastrophic if there is just one jump that's like a very high tier. Because honestly, I don't even know if something like tier 24 would be worth going through a catastrophic tower just to almost attempt that 1,000 times to then complete it, if the jumps are just that easy other from that. But yeah, I still definitely do want to complete a catastrophic tower. But I first do have to complete a horrific tower too, so yes, not horrific. Remorseless. I think horrific might even be one above soul crushing, and I just get that wrong. I definitely know what horrific I'm going to be playing for that as well. Because I think there was an original tower that's just been horrific for ages. And then that's just a minimum for horrific. And then every other tower just after it has just been just more tricking. Or became, I should say. Alright, sweet. Is this good enough? Okay, definitely not. Need to make sure not to accidentally move my mouse anymore. I think it is at the point of my mouse. Oh, there we go. Sweet as. I probably will be using that more. Well, definitely will be just going back up at least, but yeah, I think a lot of the time I'll just be using just regular stuff usually, just to almost align it. I mean, maybe if it is a much skinnier tightrope, then I would have to use alignment keys for it, but yeah. Definitely is still quite a helpful thing though. Through the jumps that remind me of Kung Fu Panda. On the wraparounds that for some reason remind me of the letter H, and bam. Back to, well, that's bit of floor 1, I suppose. And then it's floor 2. Don't know why I expected floor 2 to come earlier, even though it just doesn't. Then you got the hard-boiled song. Oh no, it's not that one. Might even be the bottom one that's just hard-boiled. Yeah, I think it would have been that one that's just the elevator music. The song definitely does remind me of something, but I don't even quite know yet. I think it might just be a generic song that's just being used a lot. Definitely doesn't mean it's bad though. I think I could also use first person for this. Or just if I don't move my mouse. Sweet. Back to full 3. I didn't even mention the Frankie song this time. I mean, I was thinking about it, but still. At this point, just the most unlucky word for me is just Frankie in this hobby. Oh, that's how I mean. Just because of how many times I've fallen just by thinking about Frankie. better at this point if I just do something like this. And then if I go like this, then it's not quite there. Okay, at this point, that's just not a good method. I think at this point is just align myself like this, which even this might actually work, but shit definitely doesn't know. It did in a way. That's seriously how you align yourself with tie ropes, just using the tie ropes and that. That was generally smart for the first guy who found out about that. Unless they were just like me, then... well, I suppose they'll be quite lucky. I mean, it would definitely be impressive, but... yeah. Seems like these were. I wish there was a platform there. Honestly, the reason why they probably don't have one there, and why they have this little bit there just so you can't cheese it. Because if there was a bit there, then that would definitely be cheesable. I suppose EToH is actually putting some effort into people just not finding shortcuts. Oh, this is the elevator music. I think this time I just used the little cursor trick that I learned. I think it was from a YouTube video, just looking at it, just showing us just where to almost jump to. Just because of how often I fail that. Not completely invisible. Honestly, that could be a good method of doing it, even if it wasn't. Well, now, where is this little piece seen from? Alright, there we go. Oh wait, this is 4-5. I think originally I said 4-5 was forgettable. I don't think this is that forgettable actually. It's always just linked it to floor 4. Maybe floor 4 is just forgettable out of from, well, one jump in there. Damn it. Damn it, times 2. They're just sweaty. Oh, damn. They generally add just little pools of water just on my keys at this point. Hopefully my hands don't smell like bandages again. Like, Jay, you know when you guys just... Well, when you just rip off a bandage, and then it's just, well, I'll just say clean. There's just always a little bit of just sweat that just builds up under the bandage, and then it makes it smell quite bad. That's just sometimes what my hands smell like just after I play EToH. Well, it's just sometimes what happens. Not really always, but definitely for something like this, it just happens. Because I don't think I've usually played Void for long enough in order to have that happen. I suppose this is also sort of elevator music too. I think it could also be used in disco setting too. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, tightrope. That's it would generally be crazy if that just is how people do that. At least, whilst not on a very, very punishing bit. Just having the tightrope almost align its own jump. Instead of you having to do it yourself. That definitely is a nice way to complete a jump, if just the jump aligns your entire body towards the jump perfectly. I mean, I suppose I do still need to do a little bit more, but just the fact that a lot of the time that, well, I'll spend personally just lining it up is with just almost moving my keys just to the point where it's there. Yeah, definitely the tightrope comes in handy for that. I suppose it really is just walking on the edge of something. Walking on the edge of defeat, cutting corners maybe. I don't really know what saying I was trying to find, but I was definitely trying to find one, and to say the least, easy if you use the tightrope to align. If you don't use it, then you're probably correct in not doing so, because it's likely over a jump that you will not be able to redo, and it would just be better to just tap keys slightly for that. But in spots where it's not better, definitely using alignment keys plus the tightrope to align itself is just a really good method, at least in my view. Unless I just find out just the third time I just can never do it again, and then throughout the entirety of EToH I'm just never able to use the tightrope to align my alignment keys until I'm just far better at aligning myself with other things anyways. Which definitely would not be the greatest, but still fair enough if that's actually true. But yeah, I don't really know what Tower of Champions Road is, but it reminds me of Pokemon, so I think it will be the first of that category that I'm gonna go for. Bit of category it's actually in. Because I think it would be at least one above horrific, or it could just be a horrific. Actually, maybe just one above intense, I should say. It could just be a horrific tower, just Champions Road. Honestly, I'm not too sure at this point. Because with something like the Thanatos tower just being so incredibly difficult that it got its own name, it's just really difficult for me to just pinpoint how difficult the one named after Pokemon would be. Especially when both shows just don't really have much to do with each other, honestly. Oh, no. Well, at least I landed at that very position without ragdolling this time. Although that really is the only positive, because I think I did just walk off something else that was even more tricky, and I need to remember where I'm actually jumping before I jump. Otherwise that happens. Yeah, Jed, I might just grab some water. Just to almost see if I can just do good enough in order to... I'll generally have another good crack at this, because I did get up to, I think, floor 7 or 8 before. So it definitely was surprisingly far today, which that in it of itself is pretty nice, especially when the final roadblock being floor 9 has just been generally so heavily practiced that I almost feel like I'd be less consistent at floor 8 at this point, which could definitely be wrong just because of how insane generally floor 9 just might be in both, well, context and with both contexts with just it being tricky and maybe even intense difficulty. Although honestly I don't really know. So I honestly can't really say, but certainly could be. Oh. And I do not know why I feel I have to keep wrapping around there. It's wrapping around there further. Which I suppose I am still wrapping around there, but still. Alright. Just the rest of the tower to go. Generally do like the skip just being able to jump from here to here just because of how I generally do think I fall a lot when it comes to those type of jumps. I generally am surprised how I just haven't failed that already. Although maybe Impossible Expectations just maybe just either had more tricky of jumps like that, or just generally the fact that I might have actually gone better, which would be quite sweet. Even if I just did bonk my head to the bottom. So yeah, this is probably the one time where I want to jump down is just to that base plate. I mean, I suppose I am jumping down a little bit throughout the entire time, but not nearly as major as jumping from just all the way up here, just all the way down there. Or two all the way down there, I should say. I definitely don't think that they made that skip intentional, just because of how big that nose licking thing generally is. So yeah, they definitely wanted people to be able to complete that, which is generally quite, well, I can say at the same time when you just realize that you can skip it instantly. I mean, it still makes the tower look cool, and also fills it up a bit too. Even though all the jumps are quite quick, there is still quite a lot to do. And I think I just fell that same hitter. Damn. Yeah, I still do think it would generally be funny if I bid it today. Because, chat, I think no matter what I'm going to do for the VOD is just what it is, just beating tots and then just having me staring at the button with it pressed and just almost having it be a clear clickbait, with there not actually being any confirmation on whether it is as clear of a clickbait as people would think. Just on the off chance that I would actually beat some tots just through the practice of, well, the double jump version of tots, which I generally just, well, will do no matter what, but if I beat tots as well, then I can just leave it as that, and I always brag about my hardest completion being tots, just either with or without it. It's just almost like Among Us in a way. Well, at least that's what I'm comparing, because you're almost wondering if this person's a crewmate or not. It's just like me, whether I've just actually beaten this, well, fairly or not, which I could theoretically just put in that I've beaten tots on another stream, but then that's just flat out lying, which isn't exactly something that I would really want to do, because lying is just not exactly a good idea if you do it all the time. So yeah, refining for that would just be a really good idea. So I think a lot of people use technicalities as well, just because it's not technically lying and it's not technically telling the truth either. It's like the mid ground where it's just not even classified as a white lie or something that you can generally say with a full open heart either. It's devious and I love it. I mean, not really click on those stuff. I mean, I still will probably watch those type of streams or videos, but it's definitely not as good as actually seeing them complete it. Which, although at that point you'd almost have just motivation to see somebody actually do something if they just say it again, but this time they go and say for real. And it's just ultimately a way that I just see streamers being remembered, or just genuine people from YouTube, because I still remember this one guy who clickbaited just something really insane, and then he just was like, oh yeah, I technically did it, and even something like Wolfie, I mean, pretty much, chat, if you don't know who Wolfie is, he is a Pokemon guy, and what he does is, or what he did, was he used all baby Pokemon except, well, he used Pikachu and Magmar as well, but then he just classified all the, well, baby Pokemon, just Pokemon made just to be weaker, as just, well, not actually Pokemon, which, honestly, to be fair, I would agree with them because, well, you have the pre-evolutions of stuff, but then the pre-evolution of the first evolution that's just been there for ages, Pikachu, was just not exactly something that should be, honestly, a thing, and though I saw rushed Magmortar was, it just doesn't really... Well, even Magby too. Magby just looks kind of weird, and it's just almost like we have this tiny guy that evolves into this big guy, then it evolves into this other guy who's very slightly bigger. At this point, I almost feel like they're just going to add a pre-evolution for Duraludon, if I'm being honest, because, funny enough, chat, there was this Pokemon that was meant to be a one-stage evolution, but then it was just kind of bad, so then nobody else ever used it. I mean, I think it was viable, but yeah, just with Scarlet and Violet coming out, probably one of the best seasons of Pokemon yet. Well, not seasons, it's more of a game. I mean, you would say seasons, but there generally are shows as well, and honestly, the Scarlet and Violet show is kind of lacking. I still like the X and Y other from the fact that Charizard won against Greninja. Because honestly, chat, that battle, it was just robbery at that point to just leave it away from Greninja because, in context, there was this Pokemon battle where there was this Pokemon who was just established to be super powerful because this Greninja just kept winning battles and it might finally be a time for Ash to win. And then this guy just pops out of nowhere who's just, oh yeah, me and my Charizard go way back, and the Charizard was just not Mega Evolved for part of the time, or really half the battle, honestly. So then when the dude Mega Evolved it was just, the Greninja just lost, and I mean, ultimately, Game Freak was just trying to teach us something with that scene, but it just generally does suck when, well, they do these type of shenanigans because, well, it just felt like that was just the clearest victory for that Greninja yet. That was just wrong that they took it away. There we go. But yeah, other from that, I think all the rest of the Pokemon franchises are just bad. I mean, I suppose Kanto was alright, but honestly, I think it's just alright because at its time it was, well, so much better than a lot of the other stuff, but honestly, I don't even think Kanto's that good. Oh. And I almost got it. Maybe it might not be that much more useful to just align yourself with the type rope. I mean, there are times where you just get this, though. I suppose it could be better. At this point, I almost just want to run across the tightrope, because it's just quicker, and I don't really think I fall off that way either. Although creating extra jumps where I miss is also a bad idea, because it's just not really a good idea in the first place. So I suppose I should just keep doing that as well. But then I'm almost looking at time versus accuracy. Sometimes if you just have such bad accuracy, then time might just be a factor in this case to look out for, which honestly I think I am just slightly bored of that jump just using the alignment keys, so that's probably the reason, but I definitely am thinking of that just almost as an excuse to very maybe stop that, because honestly I don't really think that it takes too long to align in the first place. think it just almost feels like a really long time to just align yourself properly with alignment keys. Though I think that is a lot about what our being's about, so I definitely will need to use them more eventually. Other from Devoid, of course, because Devoid just allows no use of just any sort of alignment keys whatsoever. Which I think even if I do theoretically beat Devoid, it will still be very tricky to beat Heavenly Tower, because I think a lot of what makes those two different is just the use of alignment keys in Heavenly Tower versus Devoid, where it's just the exact opposite. No use of them whatsoever. Which definitely does put into perspective how tricky it is to even beat one of them if just, well, the fact that you beat it just doesn't make you able to beat all of them. I mean, it definitely makes it easier, that's for sure. Like, the Void generally is a very tricky obby, and there are times where you just might not be using alignment keys in Heavenly Tower, which honestly I don't know. I mean, I definitely know you won't be using alignment keys at all, and just avoid, because you can't. Unless there's just some bit partway through where the Avoid devs just decide to reload your character just so then you can, which that would generally be diabolical if they did, because, well, it would just take a bit for a lot of people to just load back to the game, and then instead of just loading once, you have to load twice. I mean, it would be fair if it's the end point, because, well, you would have already finished, and if the devs just don't teleport you there straight away, then you might have to find out again, because, yeah. So at the end point of Devoid, I still really do like it. I know I've mentioned it a bit, but just the fact that it just turns something like hackers into something that's just a complete and utter joke at to laugh at, because a lot of the time with hackers, they just usually go into a game, they lose at it, and then they just come back and they just beat everybody else at it. But then with Devoid, they just say no. And they've just completely locked the win pad until they arrive, which the Devoid devs are very active when it comes to players, especially when people get onto Present or higher. So generally just almost watching just as hackers just fly into the sun, go around all the obstacle courses, and just generally being in complete and utter confusion because they generally don't know how to do anything in the game, and the fact that they can't even cheat just makes it so much more hilarious to just almost watch as they just fail. Just at the one thing that they're really gonna do in the game. Which, yeah, it generally is just another reason why I like the Void. Also because they just generally have a badge in the first place, which also makes it a very nice contender for World's Hardest badge as well, just in Roblox, or Roblox's hardest, I should say. So then just having that and amongst a whole bunch of those badges would also give me just a badge for completing one of the world's hardest achievements and, well, Roblox, I'd say. So I don't even know how many more tricky things that have actually been completed that you could theoretically be guaranteed to accomplish if you just do that. So yeah, having just almost badges that are obtainable but really difficult is a really nice thing to get, and I think a lot of why it's tricky to obtain in the first place is because of all those games just, well, all the world's trickiest badges just in this game just being locked behind some sort of unhackable fortress. Which I think quite a few developers, which honestly, don't quote me on this, chat, I am not very good at making games. I could just, well, think that, just thinking from the top of my head, just almost looking into it, a lot of games would just have barriers which you can't really cross until you reach a certain area. And then they just kick you if you cross them. which would actually be quite a simple way if that is possible to kick out hackers, which honestly I don't even know, because maybe with the Void they could have a certain timer just to almost see. But then again, even that would be kind of dull, just because of anyone who tries to speedrun the Void just gets kicked, then I feel like a lot of people would just be quite sad. And especially with just checkpoints mode, if they want to make it save at the point where you leave the game, then it might also be quite difficult to do that. Especially all jumping it too, because I think that might even save a lot of the time, because I think a lot of the time with all jumps, you're usually just either having to keep your computer on or leave, which I think a lot of people would prefer to leave, because I have a feeling a lot of people would have PCs and then it would just be annoying to leave on overnight. Because with what I personally do, I keep my PC in my room, so whenever I'm trying to sleep, it's just going to be a lot of fan sounds and just the genuine light that I just cannot completely nullify, because I have this box that perfectly fits my PC, so I can just, well, put it in there overnight if I'm willing to. Wait, not PC, laptop. I guess I did say laptop, but I'm not sure, but yeah, just straight up just having a box that completely fits it, just at the ready if I wanted to, but almost with my monitor, I don't even think I could really cover that, because the best it could do is just put a sweatshirt over there, but then it doesn't go completely to the bottom either, so then it's just always shining light through, and it's not even tackling the elephant of the room where the actual PC component of itself would just be lit all night, and that's not even mentioning how I'd have to unplug my mouse, my keyboard, and mic for it to work as well, because all of those glow up when my stuff turns on, so then I would almost have to do a lot to set up, and I almost have to sleep through just the constant whirling of computer components, and even if everything just isn't that bad, just almost there being a chance of it just getting much more loud whenever you just cover it, because, well, from my experience with having my laptop on my bed, it does not like soft things covering it, which usually you need soft things to cover stuff in the first place, because if just soft and manipulatable things, it just manipulates around the computer, but then with that, it just doesn't really work out for just running PCs or honestly laptops. And overall, I would need a box that completely fits my PC, and also to even move my PC away from the wall too in order for that to work, because I might have a PC box somewhere, but yeah, even then it just will not like being covered just exactly right. I almost have to poke holes in there, but then it would shine the light through, or it'll just be around the back, which even then might project it on, but then it would also stop my PC from generally just overheating if I did that. So it does suck to just AFK overnight just because of all those facts, versus just with a laptop you can just, well, shove it in a box because it's not nearly as expensive as a PC. And yeah, that's just generally why I have not really AFK'd on anything in a while. I think the only real thing that I would have just AFK'd on, just, well, not even on the PC, just generally on my laptop, just because of how there are these AFK keys and Oceanas, and they were really good, so I was just wanting to get a whole bunch of them, but then in the end I just, well, quit because, well, they'll just drink potions in there, and they're just the one component that those other guys needed to beat me, and honestly I suppose that could be a nice way to re-gear, but with how long it would have taken me to get armor and how I don't know how long I would have survived after that, it just didn't quite seem worth it for me to do if there was just no real goal in there, other from, well, money, which at that point is just a whole bunch of AFK, machine building, and I mean, I do like machine building, but when it's just the same old stuff each and every time, just sea pickle farms always being the best because, well, a lot of people like them. Just for sea pickles just being useless usually in coral reefs, even though they're rare. And that was generally the first time, just... Chad, I don't know whether you heard this, but my belly rumbled and it just generally echoed out of my mouth. I don't even know how that happens. I think it might be because I was leaning my belly just onto my desk, but it's still generally wild. I actually had a bit to eat too, so I don't really know what my belly's telling me at the moment. Maybe it might just be the fact that I've eaten a lot lately, and that my body just wants food. Even though I don't really think I'm gonna get food yet. I honestly think I might just get food once I end stream, just because that's easier. I'm also gonna put my laundry through because I've got a whole bunch of laundry that I need to get done. Otherwise I just won't have any pajamas or school uniforms. I mean, as much as I don't really need school uniforms in a few days, and as much as I am already in my PJs, because, well, last night's PJs be going crazy. They just feel comfortable and ultimately just good because PJs are just generally the perfect pants to wear if you're just gaming, it feels like. Because a lot of the time you're just sitting still anyways, or still, just not really moving in PJs. And then usually just with pants that just have just these buttons or something, it just usually tightens the waist up a lot, whereas just with almost this, I don't even know what it's called, maybe like undie strap I'll just called. Well, just because it is kind of like undies in a way. I mean, they are long PJs, but yeah. Yeah, they definitely are. Probably will use them more just if there's a whole bunch of tight ropes, but yeah, I think I will just a lot of the time just go through it. Unless I have been using them. I probably have, but maybe not. It's like a 50-50 chance that I've been doing either or. And also, the thing that makes just pajama pants better than just any other pants with just a lot of that Velcro stuff is there are boxers, but honestly, I don't really like the feel of boxers. And honestly, I won't really go into detail about why I dislike boxers. Now, yeah, with the yoga pants, it just feels like it's just almost weird. Even though I haven't actually worn yoga pants yet, I can just imagine how that would almost feel. And just with it being the same material, it's just almost like underwear strap, or just being a similar material to just really the PJ strap. I feel like that does sound better. So just with it just being a similar material to that, that's why I'm comparing it. Even though, if I'm being honest, I don't think I would ever wear those. Just because. But yeah. I mean, something that I don't really like, funny enough, is just pajama shirts, because a lot of the time I just like wearing regular shirts just when I'm going to sleep, just because of the buttons just in the pajama shirts. And I mean, Even though I've stopped sleeping on my belly because I used to do that. Still don't really like them because a lot of the time when I was sleeping on my belly, it was just, the buttons were just poking right back into my chest and it was just uncomfortable a lot of the time. So I can definitely see why people just buy shirts that look good, but then just aren't quite actual shirts, because I think something that my cousin did was she really wanted this Stormtrooper shirt, but then it was a boy shirt. So then she just got one a few sizes up. And then she just sleeps in that now because, well, it just generally looks good, but it just might not look the size quite. Which honestly I haven't really found any girl shirts that I want, so I can't really do the same thing, but yeah, it definitely is fair enough if any of you guys have just seen a shirt that you like, but then it's just in the opposite gender, either A, because it might have been sold out and just, yeah, the gender you are, and then you just go for the other. And then it's instead of just something you wear all the time, almost kind of like a shirt that you'd almost get in concerts, maybe like Rolling Stones or just AC/DC. There's almost bands that just sell out a lot when it comes to boys shirts, and then they just might not be marketing enough, be that good at buying produce, which honestly I don't really know if any of those guys would get it wrong, but I feel like there would at least be a few times where just rock bands would just get stuff wrong, and then yeah, they just have a whole bunch more of one gender or smaller shirts, because I think even I made that mistake just in business, and I just got a lot of smaller shirts because those pesky year 9s. Because a lot of the time, just a lot of the younger students just went and said, yeah, I'll buy these shirts just because they were just bored in class or just putting their input in. Or really putting in their input, I mean. So I can definitely see why if just maybe some band just has a lot of female listeners and maybe just even male listeners, and then they're just putting it in something. Just if one gender just is more active than the other online, then that can really affect the sales if it's just different gender. And I think a lot of people like just using band shirts. It's almost PJs as well, because it's just almost sleeping with what you love on. At least that's how I feel when it comes to just Imagine Dragons, because with my Imagine Dragons shirt, people just keep saying, imagine dragging these these nuts on you or something. It generally has been a while since I've worn it, and also has gone a little bit small, so... Wait, no, it's dragging these nuts in your mouth. Yeah, that's the thing that people used to say, and that's why I just don't really wear it in public, just because of that. So I can definitely see why I have just a whole load of other shirts would just only be worn just under closed curtains. At least that's what I'm thinking. But yeah, just looking back at a lot of music that I've generally listened to, and also some of the concerts I've actually been to. Like, I think I used to be really into Ariana Grande back when I was young, and my entire family just took me to one of those concerts. And there was also another guy who I really liked that I went to as well. I forgot his name, but he was the dude who made School's Out for Summer, which was quite a nice song, and then I went to one of his concerts as well. I feel like I should remember that guy's name. I don't know why, but I'm thinking Alice Cooper, which, honestly, probably not his name. I also do think I liked another one of his songs, but then just School's Out. It's just a more popular song that a lot more people have listened to. Another concert that I've actually been to as well was definitely Imagine Dragons. I went to that one when they came to New Zealand. And they were generally really good. Other from that, I think I've been to a lot of just Elvis Presley imposter concerts where it's just who can just be Elvis the most. And then you got people ranging from just dad guts, because I think a lot of them are just fathers, and also some people who are generally really strong. And even some girls too, which was quite interesting, which quite a few of them did actually sing pretty well there, which is quite funny. Then it was just almost who is the most Elvis Presley like out of all the imposters, because yeah, the dude is generally famous everywhere, even though he just did not leave LA, I think it was. We also saw another concert where I actually went to this imposter Michael Jackson concert. But actually it wasn't really an imposter one, it was just more of a memorial. And I think Prince was even there, just on the guitar, just straight up just being visible, and then that's just what he was trying to do. Because I think throughout the entirety of the time he was just trying to take over the music, just almost have him be the main guy. Which I don't think anyone was visibly upset, which I would blame if they were just deep inside, but yeah, Prince was just so famous and by just less known than Michael Jackson. Because I think with Prince and Michael Jackson just started out at the same time, and they just were competing a lot. And then just Michael Jackson passed him, and then, well, it's gone now. So yeah, I definitely do think Prince was just there because, well, actually I don't even know if it was really trying to be in the spotlight all too much, but to say the least, Chatty was. Because I think throughout the entirety of the time he was also just trying to go as front of the stage as possible as well. Just almost at some point, it's just pointing his toes off the stage. I mean, the dude didn't fall off the stage, but yeah, to say the least, he was definitely there. And I mean, I don't really remember too much from the show, so it might just be child memory, but yeah, I definitely remember Prince just for being just at a Michael Jackson concert, just there to remember him. This is hard-boiled. Even if it was quite obvious after I checked the previous time. Which makes me just that little bit more disappointed that I got it wrong. So I think it was floor 2 that I called hard-boiled. Just because they both sound kind of like elevator music. But then again, hard-boiled also sounds kind of like spy music too. Not just elevator music. It's elevator music with a reason. Power of complexity and velocity. It really would be interesting if there's just a tower with no of. So then it might just be in full caps for once. As it could just not be. You know, I'm just gonna align myself just because. Yeah, as well, my cursor's just going slightly away. Yeah, that junior was quite a nice align. It's quite lucky there. And I ran into a wall. I suppose I've just gotta... I don't even know how I'm just here for ages. I think I'm just kind of bored no matter what I do, so... I suppose just doing the same thing over and over again, it just doesn't make me so bad because of that. But yeah, I do think I probably will end stream soon. But I do just want to see if I can get a one last attempt in. One last attempt starting now, that is, because, well... I don't really want that to be my last attempt. Or that. Now this is the last attempt. Would have been better if this last attempt was past 4-1. But yeah. I hope you will enjoy the stream, and I'll see you guys later. Let me just see if I can raid somebody for once, because I'm just hoping at this point.